All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am officially calling the meeting for the Public Facilities Authority to order on Tuesday, September the 9th at 2025. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Yes, I have the roll call for the Public Facilities Authority. The Honorable Carmelita Gumbs, Chair.
Present.
The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And Althea Phillip Bradley, Treasurer.
Present.
And Corey Adams, Secretary is present. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And can you sound the next item for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. Before the approval of the meeting minutes, there is an addition to the agenda that needs to be added. The Public Facilities Authority, at the recommendation of the city manager and city attorney, is requesting that the Public Facilities Authority Board appoint the city attorney as the Public Facility Authority attorney. And I will let Ms. Subadan or anyone else expound further on this request.
Thank you, Clerk Adams. Yes, it's our recommendation that you appoint the city attorney and her representative today as your attorney of record, rather than hire outside counsel to be your attorney. So if it's your pleasure, we'll ask that you make that motion, vote on it, and then she will join you for the rest of the proceedings in your meeting.
All right, I will like to have a motion or to accept the agenda as amended.
I move that we accept the agenda item as announced, appointing our city attorney as the attorney for the Public Facilities Authority.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and properly second. Is everybody in the system? Do we want to take this vote in the system, or do we want to, is everybody in? Oh, okay. All right, we'll take this vote by a show of hands. All right.
Record that motion approved 5-0.
That motion has passed. All right. Clerk, can you sound the next item, please?
That brings us to approval of the meeting minutes. The council requests Public Facilities Authority Board approval of meeting minutes for August 12th, 2025.
I'd like to receive a motion from the body.
I move to approve the meeting minutes of August 12, 2025.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get this vote by show of hands?
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Clerk, sound the next item.
Brings us to the first item under agenda, letter A. Request approval of a resolution of the City of South Fulton Public Facilities Authority authorizing the issuance of City of South Fulton Public Facilities Authority revenue bonds, (PERN, Public Safety Facilities Project, in the PERN, Series 2025, in the aggregate principal amount of, and this number was changed, so it's $96,528,000. Is that the correct figure? Oh, I'm sorry. I have it here. The correct figure is $96,285,000.
Correct.
That
is correct.
Pursuant to and in conformity with the Constitution and statutes of the state of Georgia, payable solely from the funds herein provided for the purpose of financing the cost of acquiring, constructing, and equipping the City of South Fulton Public Safety Facilities Project, consisting of police and fire headquarters and training facilities, to provide for the creation of a sinking fund to pay the principal or premium, if any, and any interest on the bonds authorized herein, to provide for the remedies of the owners of the bonds, to designate an authentication agent, a bond registrar, a public project fund custodian, a sinking fund custodian, a paying agent, and certain other custodians, providing for the issuance, sale, and delivery of additional bonds under certain terms and conditions, to authorize an intergovernmental contract between the authority and the City of South Fulton.
All right, I'd like to welcome the body to share. What, are you doing a presentation, City Manager? What do you want to share?
So I do not have a PowerPoint to share. We are still about 5 minutes out from both our bond attorney and our financial advisor who are stuck on I-20 behind an accident. But these, as has been discussed, the purpose of the bonds are to fund the two major facilities, police headquarters and fire rescue headquarters and training center. The Public Facilities Authority issues a bond and authorizes an intergovernmental agreement between the PFA and the City of South Fulton. South Fulton will be responsible for making the payments under the terms and conditions of the bond. While it hasn't been stated in the initial reading, the bond is for a period of 20 years. And as of today, but I believe we locked in the rate at 4.24. 4.2. We'll confirm that when Ed gets here. We have a 5-year call on the bond, which means that we will be able to refinance in 4 years. And to be discussed a little bit later, there was great consternation around removing the millage rate cap and or increasing the millage rate cap. Regions Bank has agreed to fund us without the removal of the millage rate cap. So that is a big win for the City of South Fulton. I'm sorry? Was there a question?
I said you might want to say just a little bit louder.
Yeah, we'll say that. We'll say that again a few times for the night, but we were successful in negotiating with Regions Bank to fund us without increasing or removing our millage rate cap. And we are continuing to work through the some of the language. So the advisors have asked us to approve the documents as to their form, recognizing that there are still some tweaks that we will be needing to make before the final documents are ready to go to the Superior Court for bond validation. So with that said, I'll open it up in case, I don't know if anybody has any specific questions, but recognizing that if we can punt for a few minutes for the financial advisor and the bond attorney to get here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam City Attorney, I again want to thank you for the work that you have done to bring us to the place where we're at, especially the last few days. We had the town hall, and the majority of the people there wanted us to move forward. There was just some trepidation about us changing, raising or removing this cap. So again, I want to thank you for the work that you and your team have done with the advisors to get us to the place where we don't need to touch this cap. And I've all said it so many times, fire and police, top of the list why we created this city. So thank you much for helping us to realize some of the dreams that we had when we were creating the City of South Fulton. Thank you.
All right, next I'll recognize District 1, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. While we're waiting, I just want to verify in terms of the form of the documents that are presented in item one, they've been reviewed by both our financial advisor and our in-house legal counsel at this time.
Yes, correct.
That was my major thing, and this takes into consideration, it doesn't impact anything we're talking about in terms of it, not having to address the cap. It has no implications for that, correct?
That's correct. No implications on the
I don't
military
have
cap.
any further questions, and again, ditto to you and the team for a job well done, and hearing the voices of the people and figuring out how we could get this done without addressing the millage rate increase or removal of the cap.
Thank you, Dr. Rowell. Next is District 6, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly I want to echo the sentiments of Councilman Sebastian and Councilwoman Rowell in thanking you for fighting a way to get this done and incorporate feedback and sentiments of the residents about how to do it. Particularly given that we are so frequently accused of not listening to the voices of the residents. I think that this is a very important example of how we do take feedback and how we do listen, and in those places where we are able to incorporate feedback, we do that. And so I definitely look forward to the arrival of our bond attorney and financial advisor to hear what they have to say, but did not want to. It would be remiss of me to not add my thanks and gratitude to those already expressed.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
All right, next we have in the queue Councilwoman Keosha Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, my colleagues have definitely expressed my thoughts, my gratitude to City Manager as well as her team. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is truly a celebration, but again, it goes back to we're listening. We're listening, we're taking the actions, we understand the impact and the concerns of the residents. So I just want to say thank you again for what you did and going back and figuring out a way and figuring out a better solution. So I echo everything that has been said. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I would say the same thing. I had no doubt that you would be able to go and do the thing. We had that town hall meeting, and just knowing my colleagues and pushing you to the challenge of going back and coming back with something, I had no doubt that this would be the outcome. So I do want to thank you, and it just speaks volumes of your commitment to the city of South Fulton and us being able to see the things that we all promised the residents come to fruition. So I can't thank you enough. Do you know exactly where Mr. Walls would be at this point in time?
I think he is probably pulling into the parking lot now. So
Okay.
it'll just be a few minutes. But I would be remiss if I also did not thank you for your confidence in us, for giving us the latitude, giving us the freedom to explore different options. We, had quite a few brainstorming sessions where we thought about different ways to do this. And you were willing to allow us to go back to the drawing board. And I appreciate that. And I really can't say enough about Ed Wall and Doug Selby, who have partnered with us, especially Ed, since the beginning. When the city was brand new, he walked you through your URA process. We have, people say that we've never done this before, but in actuality, we have done this before. And back then you did it with, very little fund balance, if any at all. And we have paid our debt every year faithfully on time. We put our money in our sinking fund, never had a problem. I also want to thank you for allowing me to establish banking relationships to diversify our portfolio. Regions Bank is one of the banks. They were the first bank to come to the table and say they want to do business with the city of South Fulton. When we reached out to all of the banks in the area, as I explained to you, banks have to be collateralized under Georgia law in order to be able to receive our money and invest our money, but they were one of the first to come to the table. And I'm a firm believer that relationships matter. And I think that we have established ourselves as a good customer. We have a relationship with them. And somehow I believe that must have factored into their decision making.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think while we wait, it might be appropriate to move for a recess until they arrive, and then we can reconvene at that time. I move to recess until our bond attorney and financial advisor arrive.
It has been moved and properly second that we will recess. Can I see that by a show of hands?
Record that. Motion approved. 5-0, and we are recessed at 3:18 p.m.
All right, see you in just a few. a motion to reconvene?
I move to reconvene.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I see a show of hands for support?
Court, that motion approved 5-0. We are reconvened at 3:28 p.m.
All right. We will now like to have the presentation from Mr. Ed Walls and his team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I apologize for being late. There was some bad wreck on I-20, and I should have left earlier, and I apologize. And I'm gonna apologize for Doug, too. He was late, too. So we have before you tonight, this afternoon, $96,285,000 in bonds. They're 20-year maturity. You can prepay them at 5 years and thereafter with no prepayment penalty. The interest rate's 4.25%, fixed rate for the life of the issue. We were able to work with Regions to get it done underneath your millage rate cap. So if you, Mayor and Council, I know y'all serve at the other board, if Mayor and Council decides that they do not want to eliminate the millage rate cap, they do not have to. We were able to get the same terms and the same low interest rate underneath your millage rate cap. I'd like to give a shout out to Regions. They really wanted to do the transaction. They value their relationship with the City of South Fulton, and they've done a brilliant job in working with us. And you have before you a bond resolution and an intergovernmental contract, and I'd like to turn it over to Doug to talk about those two legal documents.
Good afternoon, PFA Board. Before you is a bond resolution. I believe Mr. Adams may have circulated to them and you have them in your pack. I will have an execution copy for your consideration. This bond resolution, as Mr. Wall indicates, authorizes the PFA to issue $96,285,000 of revenue bonds. The bonds are secured by the intergovernmental contract. These have standard terms that are attached to the term sheet that you would also be approving that includes the rate. I think, Ed, you may have mentioned the rate is lower than the rate that was there before. So one of the advantages of the timing is that you actually have a lower interest rate. It calls for an amortization of the principal, as principal prepayments. All of that is set forth in the resolution. If you adopt this is a bond resolution, so it contains an obligation of us to issue the bonds, take the proceeds, put it with a project custodian. That would be Regions Bank. There will be requisitions presented to Regions Bank to expend the proceeds. It'll be invested while held by them. The documents under Georgia law require us to get this judicially validated. We'll take that process through with Ms. Kelly and with her team when Ms. Kelly's back, and we'll process that. But I'm happy to answer any questions. This is a standard bond resolution in all other respects. I will say, because we were contemplating that you'll have a millage cap, there's a provision in the documents that if you enter into similar arrangements that are secured by intergovernmental contracts, that we will obtain an additional contract certification test that simply demonstrates that the city has sufficient capacity under your millage cap in order to attain additional bonds with a 110 coverage. And so that certification is set forth in the documents. But with that, Ed, I'm sure can answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? All right. I would like to entertain a motion.
I move to approve the City of South Fulton Public Facility Authority authorizing the issuing of the City of South Fulton Public Facilities Revenue Bonds in the amount of $96,285,000 and a request approval of an intergovernmental contract between the City of South Fulton and the Public Facilities Authority for the Series 2025 revenue bonds for the construction and equipping of the City of South Fulton's public facility project consisting of a police headquarters, fire headquarters, and training facilities.
As you can hear the excitement, it has been approved. Has motion been approved and properly second? Can I get a show of hands of support?
Court that motion approved 5-0 to approve items A and B.
Great, this is a very outstanding and historical day for the city of South Fulton, so we should be proud, and for our public safety officers. Clerk, can you sound the next item?
That brings us to adjournment.
I will entertain a motion.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second.
Court that motion approved 5-0. We are adjourned at 3:33 p.m. Thank you.
Congratulations, South Fulton.
You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the work session for the City of South Fulton. We're live here at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Before we begin tonight, we did have multiple tragedies in our city last night, and I just want to take a moment of silence to pray to whomever we believe in for all of the families that are hurting in South Fulton this evening. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon to Mayor and City Council and the general public. This is a roll call for the September 9th, 2025 City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
So, Mayor, you have a quorum and would like to remind members to sign into Civic Clerk system when possible.
Yes, please and thank you. All right, please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is a City Manager report by our City Manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The City Manager's report was submitted along with the Finance report and Public Works report, all incorporated as one document for your review. We have been posting it on the city's website as well. I've noticed some of you are attaching that link to your newsletter, so thank you for doing that. And I am subject to your questions.
All right, seeing and hearing none, please sound the next item.
Next item on this afternoon's agenda is the first presentation. Presentation regarding the employee benefits renewal. City Manager Subadan and Human Resources Director, Interim Director, Hope Blakely.
Somebody release for me. Thank you. I am inviting Tammy Starkey of Alliant. She is our new broker and will be going through our health plan changes. I shared with you during the budget process, our previous broker told us we were going to have a significant increase in our health insurance cost. And you might remember 3 years ago, or 2 years ago now, we switched to Cigna for the purpose of gathering information to allow us to consider being self-insured. So this proposal today allows the city to become self-insured. It allows us to have a lot more control over our health insurance, gives us several benefits that we currently do not have by buying insurance in the market. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tammy, and Tammy, if you can introduce Alliant and your team, that would be great too. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tammy Starkey, I'm Senior Vice President with Alliant. We're an employee benefits brokerage, and I focus on working solely with public sector, city and county governments on identifying the best solutions to manage the cost and the value of employee benefit programs. My team also will provide education and assistance to all employees during open enrollment throughout the year if they have questions about their benefits or any claims issues that arise. They need a new ID card. And so Vanessa Stevens is the account executive that will work with your employees directly to assist them in navigating their benefits and being an advocate for them. And then Mike Triplett is here with us tonight with Anthem to talk a little bit about some of the programs that will support the members as we look to a potential transition of the benefit, the employee benefits, the dental division to Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. So for the health plan, the current plan is with Cigna, and it has been since October 2023. So it is up for renewal October 1st of 2025. The current plan is level funded, which means the city pays in a fixed premium amount that covers the cost of the claims on the plan, that reinsures any high cost claims on the plan, so it limits the city's liability on any high cost claims. And it does pay for the administration of the plan, so the coverage of the network, paying the claims, and administering it as a whole. So with that, if the city pays in this set premium and claims and cost run less than that set premium, Cigna will share 50% of that surplus back with the city, and they keep 50%. So that's how level funded is designed. With the renewal in the Cigna plan, the initial renewal was a 26.5% increase, which was almost $2.2 million. And so that was attributed, according to Cigna's underwriters, primarily to high-cost claims. Our team and our actuaries took a look at the claims. Many of those were not ongoing and not expected to be an expense on the health plan next year. And so we were able to negotiate with Cigna to reduce that renewal to a 12% increase, about $980,000 annually. So with that, a savings with Cigna renewing as is of about $1.2 million from the original increase, but still almost $1 million increase in total, putting the gross cost at $9.2 million. So we did evaluate an option with Anthem, which is the recommended solution. And the Anthem proposal is a self-funded plan. So with a self-funded plan, the city will continue to pay for the administration of the plan, the claims cost of the plan, and then that stop-loss reinsurance that limits the liability on any one member on the plan and then also as a whole for the year. But with that, if the city's claims run better than expected, the city benefits 100% from that surplus. So there's no share with Anthem. The city will retain all of that in your budget and can carry that into future years or use that for other funds. With this proposal, the city will gain greater transparency into understanding what's driving the cost, how members are using the plan, where they see the most value, or where they see the most disruption in the plan. So this will allow the city to really take control and design the best benefit program for your members and their dependents and manage that cost and value long term. So our team will be able to provide analysis, a clinical review on a monthly basis to identify how the plan is running and how that compares to the budget month over month. So there's never any surprise as we come in a renewal that now there's a 25% increase. We're managing this in real time. So I did mention the stop loss. That will be placed outside of Anthem with a company called Tokyo Marine HCC. So they just reinsure every member on the plan up to $200,000. That caps the city's liability and claims up to $200,000, which allows us to better budget the spending for any catastrophic claims during the year. They'll also cap the aggregate claims at 125% of expected. So we look at that as just kind of worst case scenario of maximum liability on the plan. The other benefit of the self-funded plan with Anthem is that the city's health plan will receive 100% of the pharmacy rebates from manufacturers, where Cigna was only sharing 50% of those. So that in total for the next plan year is projected to be over $2 million in funding back to the plan. So that's when someone gets a name brand drug, the manufacturer is paying a rebate on that. Oftentimes insurance carriers will retain part or all of that. Anthem is passing back 100% to the city's health plan. So with the Anthem proposal, we are looking at a fixed cost for the administration and the stop loss and the claims with a gross annual projected cost of $7.2 million. So a savings of $2 million compared to the negotiated Cigna renewal at $9.2 million. The next page is just a comparison of the plans. There will be no plan design changes on the health plan, so employee deductibles, co-pays, cost share on the plans will remain the same if they stay within the same plan option that they've chosen. Open enrollment will be a time that they can evaluate those plans and make changes if they choose to do so. So no change in plan design or change in cost to employees with the move to Anthem. With Anthem, they're also offering some transitional credits to help the city in the education of employees, the transition of technology. So those are calculated in at about $180,000 in credits that'll go back towards your cost of the health plan. There is a $60,000 wellness allowance that Anthem is providing the city so that you're able to put in initiatives and different activities for employees to enhance their well-being. And then they are implementing performance guarantees around the timeliness of claim payments, their customer service metrics, so that they are guaranteeing they meet those levels of customer service. I'm going to let Mike talk a little bit about some of the member support solutions that they will provide.
Yep. Thank you, Tammy. Good afternoon. I'm Mike Triplett. I'm a benefit consultant here with Anthem in Atlanta. Pleasure to be here with you guys today, and I'll be the first from Anthem to say we're incredibly excited to be working with the city again. If you all recall, we sponsored the inaugural health plan for City of South Fulton. So before I get to these programs here, the plan you all have selected puts your associates in what's the state's largest healthcare network with over 35,000 doctors, 220 hospitals in network. That includes each of the large metro systems like Northside, Wellstar, Emory, Grady, Children's, all of which are in multiple year contract agreements currently. As it pertains to the benefits, as you can see here on this slide, the benefit plan design is wrapped with leading programs that consistently engage your employees outside just the four walls of their doctor's office. So that includes everything from chronic disease management, complex case management for surgeries and hospitalizations, maternity management, family planning, diabetes prevention, cancer care support, in-person and digital behavioral health resources, as well as a 24/7 nurse line. And many of these resources are accessible through anthem.com or the Sydney Health app. You may be familiar with that name. Sydney is SYDNEY. That's Anthem's healthcare app. It's been downloaded over 20 million times by our members and has really become the first and primary way members engage with the health plan. Beyond just the benefits of the plan, Anthem's committed to continuity of care for employees. So we are going to be actively working with your incumbent carrier to secure transition of care files for any active services, surgeries, prescriptions, so that those providers and your employees are not having to resubstantiate those services when the plan goes live with Anthem. Additionally, we've got if we're unable to secure those files from your incumbent, we've got grace periods that we can implement to provide some relief for employees during that transition while those providers submit for new authorizations. In the rare instance where you're being treated by a provider that's not in our network, we also have a process in place for you to continue that course of treatment to completion before you transition to an in-network provider. But providers can always be searched ahead of time at anthem.com or in the Sydney app. And additionally, there's over 700 surgeries and procedures that you can price shop so that employees have a sense of their out-of-pocket cost before they go to the doctor. That's all I had. I'm glad to answer any questions. Tammy, I'll turn it back to you.
With Anthem's commitment to comprehensive care for your employees and dependents, they will also be providing the dental and vision insurance. So with these, all medical, dental, and vision will be on one ID card. It'll also be on one invoice for your financial team. There'll be no change to the employee contributions, no change to the dental plan design, and slight changes to the vision plan design to manage the cost. The life insurance will continue with no change with New York Life Insurance. So the recommendation is to continue the city-paid life insurance at a $100,000 benefit, and then employees have the opportunity to purchase additional coverage for themselves, their spouse, and their children with the voluntary term life plan. The city also pays for employees to have short-term disability coverage that starts after they're disabled for 7 days, and then long-term disability coverage that would start after that and continue until they're no longer disabled or they reach their Social Security retirement age. We are recommending a transition in the supplemental coverage to AFLAC. So this is going to continue, include the accident plan, critical illness, and hospital indemnity. So these are benefits that help employees bridge the gap of any medical cost or being cost of medical care or being out of work due to one of these situations. So an accident is going to pay for medical services or injuries as a result of an accident. So it could pay for lacerations, broken bones, x-rays, emergency room or ambulance trips. For a critical illness, that's going to pay a lump sum benefit if you're diagnosed with or have an occurrence of a critical illness. So some examples there are going to be cancer, Alzheimer, heart attack, stroke. At the occurrence or diagnosis of one of those conditions, the member would file that claim and receive a lump sum payment from AFLAC. And then hospital indemnity pays for inpatient hospital admissions. There's a per admission benefit and then a per day that they are in the hospital. So that can help them offset any deductible cost or, again, any medical expenses or anything that they choose to use those funds for. So definitely with the changes proposed, open enrollment and education for the employee population is going to be very important. Open enrollment will be September 15th through September 19th. We'll have multiple on-site and virtual options for employees to participate in educational meetings. So on Monday, we will have meetings from 10 to 3 at Welcome All Park, where we'll talk through the plan design changes, answer any questions in a group setting and then one-on-one, and we can help employees complete their enrollment if they need some help at that time. On Tuesday, we'll be at Roosevelt Station at 6:30 p.m. On Wednesday, we'll have a virtual session where dependent spouses can join in if they want to hear the message and ask questions. Thursday, the 18th, we'll have another session at Roosevelt Station, and then on Friday, we'll have a session at City Hall and at the administration building. Two that didn't make this slide we added is this Friday will be our first session to kick everything off. We're going to have a virtual session at 3 p.m. So employees will get the message on that they can go ahead, join in, understand the plans, what's coming, what they need to do, and ask any questions. And then we added a session on the 18th at 6:30 a.m. at Public Works. So for open enrollment, this is opportunity for employees to make any changes that they want. If they don't make any changes, they're going to continue the coverage they have now. It'll just roll over to the Anthem and the AFLAC plans. So they'll keep same level of coverage with the new plans. If they, the only benefit they have to re-enroll in is a flexible spending account. The IRS dictates that you must re-enroll in flexible spending every year in order to continue that benefit. But our team will be on site and be available telephonically to answer any questions, to assist employees with the enrollment process. Employees do enroll online through ADP, the same system that you've used in the past, but our enrollment counselors are available to assist them with that process over the phone or virtually if they choose to do that. They can always do it themselves, but sometimes we need a little bit of help with that technology. And then transition, Mike talked a little bit about this, is that employees will have credit for any deductibles met, will have any medications that they've been approved for in the past, and that transition of care support so that they're not having to revalidate anything that's already been approved through the prior carrier. All members will get a new ID card, and they will be able to download that electronically on the Cigna app or contact our team to receive it directly via email if they need it very timely. So thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions for myself or for Mike with Anthem?
Yes, we have a few questions.
Okay.
As folks line up to get in the queue first, thank you, Tammy and Mike and Ms. Sudan. In the Bible, there is a story, the parable of the talents, where a servant has been faithful with the money given to him. And upon hearing his good works, his master says that because you have been faithful over a few things, I will make you ruler over many things. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, even in the face of incessant criticism by several indefatigable critics, we are showing that we are being faithful over a few things here. Again, I want to thank everyone who helped put this together. We are saving $2 million, and we are able to do that because previously we had saved millions, and we are able to negotiate deals that benefit our city, our staff, and our citizens. And so I do just want to say thank you again to Tammy, Mike, City Manager Subadan, Interim HR Director Blakely, and everyone who had a part in doing a part in all of this. I'm very excited to be returning back to Anthem, and many of our public works employees, public safety employees, and others are very happy that we are returning to AFLAC. So thank you for all of this, and with that, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I know you mentioned that if the deductibles had been met, they carry over. Let me ask you, as it relates to vision, if you've gotten it in the last, let's just say 6 months, would you have to wait to use it under the new plan?
I don't think are we applying any claims? No. So it'll start over October 1st and run for, is it calendar year that we're running? Calendar year. So your benefits will reset calendar year. So you'll have really a restart with Anthem to go ahead and get another exam or new frames if that's what you choose to do between now and the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Same thing with dental, actually, too. The dental benefit maximum, if you've maxed that out with like a crown or a root canal this year, that'll start over October 1st, too.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk,
Thank you.
please sound the next item.
That completes the action items for this work session. It's listed as adjournment.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 4:23 p.m.
Thank you. I will, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the City Council Alcohol and Zoning public hearings. Mr. Clerk, would you please sound the roll?
It's the roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present. Mr. Clerk, let it be noted that Councilwoman Willis Williams Brown and Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett have all joined us.
So noted.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item under alcohol licenses, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. Case A is case Z25-006. This is a public hearing. The applicant is requesting to rezone from the A District, Medium Density Apartment District, Old National Highway Overlay District, to the TR, the Townhouse Residential District, for the purpose of constructing 50 townhomes on 8.53 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
Director McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. We are here on the matter of Z25-006, Zero McGee Landing. This is an application requesting a rezoning from the A District to the TR Townhouse Residential District. I will briefly state that this was well, first of all, staff and Planning Commission both recommend denial. This was a public hearing that was previously held back in, I believe, June or July. Council has deferred it for another public hearing. Subsequently, staff has received a site plan which does appear to meet all of our regulations. So I just wanted to give that context prior to the applicant coming forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Just as a point of information, Mr. McClendon, is this a case where changes were made after the denials were made and you all don't go back and?
That's correct.
Just want to make sure that's clear for everyone. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers for or against Mr. Clerk?
We have the applicant present. I do not have a speaker card in opposition to this case.
All right, please come forward, state your name and address. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for anyone speaking in opposition, though it doesn't appear that anyone is, and you do not have to use the entire 10 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you. I'm Garrett Christopher, 3481 Lakeside Drive, Atlanta, Georgia. Here on behalf of the landing, I appreciate you guys. I know it's probably the second or third time you've seen me. I appreciate Mr. McClendon and the planning department working with us on this one to clarify a few things on the site plan for us to be able to get approval. The landing at McGee, as was stated, it was originally zoned to A, and actually construction did start on one building. It was zoned for apartments. However, the development went bankrupt back in the late O's, early teens, and that building was actually torn down. As you can see, it was originally, oddly, it was zoned apartments, but it was actually divided up into 29 individually platted parcels, which is a very odd combination for apartments to be individually platted. It was, in our comprehensive plan for the city, it was actually already prepared and counted for a residential, and we thought apartments will not do the best for the city, and requested it to go from A to TR so that we could put up affordable, not low-income housing. By affordable, we're aiming towards the low threes, but we also have products that will reach up into the high threes, if not low fours, depending on how sales go. Really focusing on home ownership and contribution to the community. We are placing in the bylaws a cap of 15% rentals, which will be only 8 units out of the 50. As you can see here, it's literally an overlay of the existing infrastructure. This land is set fallow for, gosh, almost 15 years now, and we'd like to see it put to good use for the community. One of the things that we did interview a lot of the community and neighbors nearby, neighborhoods, found out what works, what doesn't work. What we decided to do is we put a lot of things in the interior finishes. We're offering both 2 and 3 bedroom versions, all of which have walk-in closets. We figured nicer products will keep homeowners invest in the community for much longer. One of the things that we're still able to offer since we started is we're actually working with Horizon Banking, another banking source that we can offer 100% financing with $12,500 towards closing. So we can really help homeowners out. Our elevations match the overlay district requirements. Not 100% finalized on all the different elevations. We have one model called the Columbia plan that we actually do 2 different ways. This is our affordable unit. And then we actually have 2 different versions of the upstairs. While one is a 3-bedroom, the other is a 2-bedroom. So we could actually hit the young professional with a 2-bedroom, what we call a roommate plan. Then we have the flagship, which is Lotus, and that's a 3-bedroom, and it's about 300 square feet larger than the other. So we actually offer variety in the community. The staff report was upgraded to recommended for approval. I would love for you guys to come to the same conclusion, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to hear them. Thank you.
Are there any speakers in opposition to this that did not fill out a public comment card? Mr. Venable has entered the chat.
Michael Venable, 5720 Mark Taylor Circle. It's not necessarily in opposition. I think we're looking at something that's dramatically better than the first iteration of this one. We just wanted to make sure that all of the specifications fell into line as far as setbacks. We had spoken about the entryway because that's going to be the biggest thing. The biggest problem with this one is this is dead in the center of our retail corridor. And the biggest problem we have from attracting retail personnel is because it does not look like it'll support anything other than a dollar store or a liquor store or some beauty supply places or barbershops. So I think this is a move to a better upgrade of what happens in there. So we're just trying to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's across, being that this was extremely different than the first iteration that was presented to the community and to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. You heard it there. Mark that on your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed in the right direction, says Mr. Venable. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to public comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for going back to the community and working with the community. The fact that Michael has gotten on board, I don't know what you did, but, bottle it and sell it. And so, no, I'm pleased to see that the changes have been incorporated, that the feedback from the community has been incorporated, and this certainly, I agree with Mr. Venable that this looks much better than the first iteration. And so as we continue the process, we want to make sure, please remain engaged with the community, so that they are comfortable as we continue to go through this process, that their expectations will be met.
I do just have I'm sorry, I'm gonna go to Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question from me. The presentation that was made, I didn't see it here, including the site plan and the layout of the different models that you would have. It would have been awesome if we had that in our package. So I'm not sure when you submitted that, but for me in the future, more is never too much when we're doing these things, because we have a responsibility to look at all the details so we can make sure we're not only hearing what you're saying, but we can also see what you're saying. Okay, so hopefully before we get to a point where we are voting, well, as was said, Michael is happy, so we'll probably vote. But I would love to see the details before I do have to vote on this personally. Thank you.
Okay, just as a point of information, in our packet, the site plan does begin on page 7. I do want to ask a follow-up question, just around, Mr. Venable did talk about some preconditions or some conditions around the entryway, and are those listed as conditions? I mean, I know that some of that has been discussed, but I just wanted to get a follow-up from Councilman Williams-Brown about that.
Yes, I believe that all of those things have already been incorporated into the plan, so we don't need to put them as conditions onto the plan.
All right, sounds like we've got everything that we need. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was going to correct, this is actually one of the things that Mr. Venable and I did talk about. It is incorporated on the plan, but as far as the finer details, that's typically done by a landscape architect afterwards. And that's more of what we had the conversation with, which is the smaller plants and things like that don't show up on a site plan, but we'll have a.
And I'm sure that the future maintenance of this is included in the HOA fees for.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, case Z 25-026 and U 25-008, public hearing. The application by Braff Brothers LLC requesting rezoning from C1 in the Old National Overlay to C2 in the Old National Overlay zoning with a special use permit to allow a liquor store at 2380 Sheriff Road. This is located in Council District 6. Would like to note staff recommendation for Z 25-026 is listed as denial. Staff indicated that that should be listed as approval. And the recommendation for U 25-008 is denial. Planning Commission recommendation, Z 25-026 and U 25-008 are both denial. Staff?
All right. KZ 25-026, along with the special use permit, U 25-008, the applicant is requesting a rezoning from C1 to C2. That's limited commercial to general commercial to allow for a special use permit to allow for a liquor store at 2380 Sheriff Road. Again, staff is recommending approval for the rezoning, denial for the special use permit, and the Planning Commission recommended denial for both cases.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for this. Are there any speakers in support or opposition present?
Yes, sir. I believe the applicant is present. We did not receive any additional cards in support or opposition to this case.
All right, you can come forward. I think you know how it goes. State your name and address. You have 10 minutes. You don't have to use all of that time. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Gilbert Morales. I'm at 312 Sycamore in Decatur, Georgia. We're actually a firm that represents client here, Williams Tusing. And so we've been asked to come and present on what the applicant, the Barth brothers, have in mind here. And I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I do have some photos that would just show, what the work is being done on there. And if you could, maybe I can bring these up. I know that it's better to view these things rather than me talk about it. But like I said, I represent the applicant, the Barth Brothers LLC, owners of the real property located at 2380 Sheriff Road, where they have operated a convenience store, food mart business for the last 8 years. My clients filed a rezoning application, a special use permit for the property, with the vision of creating additional facilities to complement the regional live-work plan, comprehensive plan that was passed. And my clients have sacrificed considerable time, money, and capital, as you'll see in the photos, of building up this property that's about 7,700 square feet of new shopping spaces for retail and food mart goods. And as you can see, the structure has been, has come up. Construction started about a year ago, and so we've been, the client's been at it for some time. And so in regards to Z25-026, the transition from C1, which is the current designation, to C2, I think fits pretty well, it fits well with the regional live-work character as supported by the staff. And we strongly recommend that this zoning change occur to C2, as there was really no findings from staff or even from the code that shows that this would be inconsistent with the zoning for C2, as well as the regional live-work character of the area. And as well as it helped to balance the mix of uses along Old National Highway. So the zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The use is consistent with the regional live-work plan. My client just informed me that they will not be selling liquor on the premises. However, in full transparency, they were given an alcohol beverage license for 2025 for the property, which I can share here. And this was provided before any denial. So there is some confusion regarding my client, understanding that this is a denial, but at the same time, they were given a liquor license as well, or alcohol beverage license to be sure. So with that, my client also did some community outreach as required through this process, and in that outreach, only several, I think 3 out of 20 or so many respondents really had any issues with what they would be selling at the store. So, they've done that community engagement. They've done that to build an area that's beautiful for the entire area, neighborhood, and comprehensive plan. And they've been awarded this alcohol beverage license. And so therefore, we strongly consider that you support at least the zoning change to occur because we think it's consistent. That's my time for this particular item. The next item is also my client as well, and I can take that in turn.
All right, are there any speakers in opposition for who did not fill out a card? All right. Come forth, Mr. Venable.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. I guess we ought to have the apologies for coming here. You thought it was odd that I supported something. I'm actually shocked that we have a meeting that started less than an hour and a half before it was supposed to. So I applaud you for that, for doing meetings on time the way it should have been all along. And if we couldn't do that, you actually just need to move this back to 6 or 7 o'clock because you know that the information you do is not going to be in time. But I progress. Let's talk about the issue that brought up. When we talked about community engagement, when you have a participation meeting in the middle of the day in a location outside of the city, there's no merit for you talking about how many people came forward. It's unfortunate. This is a working class community, and that was just not proper. Let's go to the zoning. The only reason you wanted a C2 zoning is because they wanted a liquor store. Okay? So this C2 zoning is just inappropriate because it makes it clean and clearer for you in the future to do something else that's not viable for this community. We're looking at this from the logistics of it. He's wanting a convenience store. There is already a convenience store there with the service station beside it. We are not in the distance range for you to have another convenience store at this location. So let's get into the weeds and find out why this was denied and why it should be denied. This would not be appropriate for this community. And I'm not saying just for this. I have been up here for years, even back when it was Fulton County, to where I saw a gas station beside each other, that I saw a barbershop, a beauty and a barbershop right beside each other, that I had a discount store here, one here. This duplicity of things in the same area is killing this community, and that's what's killing economic development from getting decent retail in this community. I have talked with them, I have spoken with other people about it, and they're telling me the same thing. Until you change your demographics, you are not moving forward in any shape, fashion, manner, or mechanism. Doing this hurts us. When we're talking about it's going to come back to have, well, it falls within the land use plan and, we're going to be great for the community. No, it doesn't. Acute business does nothing for me. They always told senior citizens, used to tell me back in the day when you were talking about people, cute is what cute does, nothing. I'm talking about business and where it has and where you come back for what you were doing. You need to deny all of this. It is inappropriate. It hurts the area. You duplicity things that do not come back and keep this community to move forward. Yes, you've got a liquor license because you've already got a convenience store there. So let's get all our facts straight and make it sufficient before we try to manipulate things to make it sound like it's not the way it should be. I'm urging you to deny this petition.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to questions and comments from council. Oh, I'm sorry. There is remaining time for rebuttal if you have any rebuttal, sir. You do not have to use the time, but you may.
I'll be quick, and just one comment. I heard gas station. This is not a gas station. There are no pumps being built on the property, as well as just given the confusion of being awarded this particular alcohol license, it does cause some confusion with the client too. And so just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to enter into the record constitutional objections that we usually do to preserve my client's rights in the future. So if I can provide this to the clerk just for their information, that'd be great. And then I would do the same for the next item as well. And that's my time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Now I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to comments and questions from council, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
My question is actually for you. So I see in the packet that we have that the public participation meeting was held at 10 o'clock in the morning in the library on Flat Shoals in Union City. And I know that there's, a couple of churches that are closer that would have perhaps given more people the opportunity to participate. Could you walk me through kind of your thinking on why you put it at the library as opposed to closer to the residents that this will impact?
Just in all transparency, Councilwoman, I just got on this
I wasn't involved in that particular invitation for public participation, but it's definitely something I can talk with the client about and see how we can engage the public even further. My client wants to be a good partner with the city. He's been here, he's been using his business in that property for a convenience store. He's not at all afraid of engaging with the public. I'd be sure to help you answer that question perhaps afterward.
And as a long-term resident of this neighborhood, this, the property next to it has changed hands, I think, several times. When did your client become the owner of the property? Because I know that this is being built where the Sonic was, but next door to it with the gas station and at the time the Hood Mart.
This is my client, Mr. Saha.
That's literally the name of the store, was Hood Mart. It was Hood Mart, and we can talk about the activities going on behind closed doors.
My client could help answer that question.
Yeah, Sonic is almost 20 years ago. I bought this property in 2017, and that time I operated the convenience store on the Food Mart, not a Hood Mart.
Okay, so do you own?
Next on the.
Do you own next door the gas station, the convenience store, like that little small plaza?
Yeah, I own for the lease, not a whole property owner. I'm not a property owner.
You're not the whole property owner. Okay.
No.
And
And sorry about that. This my lease is finished for this November, so I don't know how long it's here.
And this might be this might be a question for you as well, but I also see in our packet that our CDRA director advised you, at least according to this, on June 13th, of what the city ordinances were, and that you subsequently went ahead and had the public participation meeting. Looks like about a month, then a week or so later. Can you confirm that you were told that you did receive the email that we have in our packet? You did get that information about the city's ordinances?
Yes, I received it, and I think you asking one question for the why I arranged for the meeting on the library, right?
Yes, I had asked why you chose to have it at the library, because the library is in Union City and it is nowhere near the neighborhood where this is going to sit. So I was just curious, because I know that, there's a couple of churches. I mean, there are places that are closer by where this could have been held.
Okay.
So just kind of why did you choose to go that far away as opposed to utilizing one of the spaces that's near this?
This is not too far for over there. Maybe it's 10-minute drive, not less than 10 minutes, because it's a local road, and I'm a member of this library. And my property on the construction is a boundary fence I not arrange for any meeting for my property. That's the reason I arrange for my library, because I'm a member on the library.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Wait 1 minute, sir. If you could, for the record, if you would state your name and address, please.
Name and address.
Okay, my name is Babul Shaha. Its address is 2380 Sharif Road, Atlanta, Georgia.
That's the address of the place. Is that the address of your business?
This for business address. For my home address,
Yes.
Sir? My home address is 1217 Nancy Leeway, Decatur, Georgia.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing and hearing no further questions. Oh, there are further questions. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
Question. This is new construction, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, the liquor license, was it issued for the Hood Mart, as y'all described it? Because I'm just trying to be clear. Food Mart, Hood Mart, whatever, I don't know, y'all see a couple different names. So that's the question.
This for Food Mart.
Okay, so not the new construction that we're talking about now, is that correct?
No, new construction have a several suite. One suite I say that I need to open for the liquor store, and another on the same address, different suite, have already my convenience store on my old business, grandfather business. So I demolition the building, old one, and then I make the new building, couple of suite more.
I guess this is a question for the staff. These are two different parcels, correct? Or two different addresses?
What's two different addresses? I'm sorry.
So if I recall, this new structure is where Sonic used to be.
That's correct.
And so this Food Mart is a separate address that's next door to it, correct?
There's a gas station, which I believe has the business called the Food Mart.
Okay.
And that is addressed on Old National. I think it's 5890 or 5980 Old National. This is a separate address at 2380 Sheriff, where the new construction is.
So, follow-up question, the liquor license that he referenced, is it for the address at the Food Mart? Because I don't recall, unless I'm wrong, that came before this body, and which we typically see with a change in ownership.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Our department doesn't issue liquor licenses. That goes through the police, but
Right.
What I did, I reviewed it. It says 2380 Sheriff. It does not have a suite number on it. The new construction is a strip mall, so it has separate business. It should have separate business addresses, and I would assume that any alcohol license would reference that particular suite and not just the entire address. So I'm not quite sure how that got issued or of its veracity.
I think that needs to be looked at, because he wanted to make a point about something constitutional. I don't think it came before this body, and I'm sure they have two different addresses, even though they're next to each other, so. And so my question again, I don't recall a alcohol hearing for this particular address where the Sonic is, which it would have to come before this body.
It would, and I want to continue to say, I believe the term grandfathering was used earlier, and I think that there was some type of a convenience store at 2380 Sheriff, perhaps. But once that building is destroyed and a new building is erected, that use does not automatically get to
It's
continue.
not guaranteed.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. No further questions.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
So, Council Morale, I think the answer to your question is after the Sonic closed, after the Sonic closed, it became a convenience store. And so what was
Food Mart.
Hood Mart, yes it did, so when the Sonic closed, what was Hood Mart closed, Sonic closed, then the Sonic was taken over and became like a little small convenience store, and then that subsequently closed. No.
It's about old Sonic, the whole Sonic.
Right, no, right, so okay. It was a Sonic. Sonic closed, it became some sort of convenience store. Yes, it did. Oh, they just did a reconstruction. I know, okay. Yes, it's two different addresses. On the other side, yeah.
Well, if I could just hop in, thankfully, we are not voting on this item tonight. All right, we've asked the question. We're going to get answers and clarity before we vote on this item next Wednesday, the 17th. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all so much. Mr. Clerk, please sound the last zoning item.
That brings us to letter C, case U 25-009. It's a public hearing. Application by Braff Brothers LLC requesting a special use permit to operate a convenience store at 2380 Sheriff Road. It's located in Council District 6. Staff recommendations denial. Planning Commission recommendations denial.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Case U 25-009, the address is 2380 Sheriff Road. The applicant is seeking a special use permit to operate a convenience store in a C1 limited commercial district. Staff is recommending denial along with the Planning Commission.
All right, Attorney White, this is an additional parcel with a different number. Do we need to have a second hearing? Let's just go ahead and do that to perfect the record.
Yes, it's two separate applications.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. If the applicant wants to come forward, you have 10 more minutes. You do not have to use all of that time.
I won't, and I can tell it's and I forgive me, for maybe some of the confusion on what's going on here. And I think at the end of the day, my client just wants to do right. He has a business, and he wants to make it succeed, and that's all we're here to do. Now, in regards to this particular application, primarily from what the same arguments that I made earlier is that it's consistent with the plan. I think what staff only found was that it was, they considered it a gas station. And like I said, there's no gas station pumps there on the property. There won't be any in the future. They do cite code section 302.15 as their basis for the denial. In that code section, it only references gas stations. It doesn't use convenience store or gas station interchangeably. Now, there is a table of that shows uses for certain zoning designations. And there is some kind of, convenience store is also a gas station. But when we look at the code that's referenced, that is the legally binding code section for this prohibition, it only says gas station. And so I think to qualify this as a gas station that's not going to have any pumps, that's not going to be serving gas in any whatsoever fashion, it's just not accurate. And so I just want to make the record clear that this is a convenience store. It's not going to be a gas station. And given everything else that staff recommend or showed that this was consistent with the plan, I think it should be approved. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Any speakers in opposition?
This is Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. This proposed convenience store is in the vicinity of a gas station that is right next door. That's the same thing if you're trying to cook the books and say, okay, well, I've got this, person sitting here with candy and somebody here, and it says, okay, well, it's two different things on two different rows. You're in the same area, in the same room. This is a duplicity that we've talked about repeatedly that should not and needs to be eliminated on this corridor. I still urge you to deny this use permit.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council comments and questions, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I exhausted everything that I wanted to ask because this is, I think when in the previous discussion, I think that I've asked everything that I want to ask. So I will allow my colleagues to have this time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I do understand the concerns around the duplicative gas station developments. However, and I'm not speaking in this situation because there is an oversaturation in several areas in the city. However, we do, and I have asked Mrs. Davis to get with staff to bring us some recommendations whether or not we need to do zones, because the current ordinance is becoming problematic and hampering our development for other opportunities. We lost the Buc-ee's, you know. We're in the process of possibly losing other reputable gas stations development. And I could talk about Buc-ee's because it's already gone to another municipality. You know, there's a Super Kroger that may be problematic for us to bring here. So we do need to maybe look at zones or reconsidering this ordinance in certain areas in the city, because we can't just apply rules to the whole city. There are some areas in the city that does need gas station developments, mixed-use developments, and we also don't need to create monopolies when we are trying to bring others that are better developments to our community. Not talking about this one. This is not this. But I am saying that our code is problematic because we are losing some development, mixed-use gas station development that would have been good for our city. So I would ask Ms. Davis, I sent an email and asked you to do this about 3 weeks ago and asked for it to be brought to the work session today, but you said you needed more time. But we need some recommendations on how to resolve this, because I don't want to lose another opportunity like Buc-ee's if they want to come to the city. And I don't want to be in a process of not having grocery stores and other gas station developments that I don't want to mention and create monopolies. Is becoming problematic for the economic viability of the city. So I will ask that you please bring some recommendations, and not specific to this. I do support the council member and her desires for her area, but I'm just telling you that what we have on the books is problematic. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, I'm going to entertain a motion. Well, you can sound the next item.
Next item listed was adjournment of meeting.
All right, I'm going to entertain a motion to go into executive session. We will be back promptly at 7 o'clock, Mr. Venable, and those of you all who are watching and on your way. But the chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we recess for executive session for personnel, real estate, what am I missing? Litigation and cybersecurity.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, we will see you back here in 1 hour and 16 minutes.
You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good evening and welcome to the second Tuesday, first monthly regular meeting of City Council. We are live here at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. Before we begin tonight's meeting, two tragedies have befallen our great city in the past couple of hours, and I would like to take a moment of silence in prayer and reflection for those families. Our entire city council and staff and all of the citizens are praying with our families that are hurting tonight. All right, thank you. We need to reconvene from the executive session and then adjourn. So I'll entertain a motion to reconvene.
I move to reconvene from executive session.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, was there anything discussed in executive session for which we need to take a vote now?
No, sir, there was no action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
Perfect. All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are reconvened at 7:04 p.m.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the alcohol license and zoning meeting.
I motion to adjourn, it sounded.
Been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 7:04 p.m.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call to order this 7 o'clock meeting. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll. And everyone make sure that you switch over in your civic clerk to the 7 o'clock meeting.
It's a roll call for the September 9th regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
Mayor Khalid.
Present.
So, Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Please sound the first item.
Next item on the agenda is the invocation by the city chaplain.
Let us pray. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you. We thank you for this day, for this is a day that you have made, and we shall be glad and we shall rejoice in it. Father God, we thank you for the traveling mercy that you've given each and every one of us, oh Father. Father, we ask that let your presence be felt in this place today. We need to remember it's not our will, but let your will be done. And it is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
It is my understanding that the city attorney may have advised that the approval of the agenda comments from the public should have been done after the invocation, and you may have been aware of this. Mayor, can you please respond? Because we have gotten a lot of questions from the public wanting to know why public comments and approval of
Okay,
the-
let's stop there. The questions from the public is not a point of order question, but I will defer to the attorney. Did you have advice about the agenda approval?
Well, so I do want to correct that point of order. Should have been about violation of the rules. However, when it comes to the agenda.
Wait, so I'm sorry, are you saying that this is not a point of order?
Okay, could you repeat what the point of order is?
The point of order is that a rule has been violated in the creation of this agenda.
Well, then correct, yes, that is a point of order. So adoption of the agenda should occur at the beginning of the meeting per Robert's rules.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda
Okay, I do just want to say this. I really hope this isn't a 30-minute discussion. The reason that these things are first is because we promised in a town hall that we were going to get in here and vote on this at 7 o'clock and that people were not going to have to wait all night. So I really hope that we can get to the items on the agenda as is listed, as was promised at the town hall. With that, I will entertain whatever friendly amendments folks have. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rao. Just go in order.
Move item 5 and move the public comment up to 7, right after 6, so 7A.
Okay, point of order for our city attorney. Since we have advertised a vote on these, would it be more perfect for the record? Would it be better to perfect the record to take a vote rather than remove the item from the agenda that has been advertised? And just to be clear, did you ask to remove item number 5? Roman numeral 5 is, there was a request to remove Roman numeral 5.
I mean, the motion is on the table as it is.
My question is, should we be entertaining a removal of an item that was publicly advertised as part of our millage rate cap?
You may entertain that, but I believe the issue on the floor was whether or not it's appropriate to have the approval of the agenda before these items.
Yeah, no, that just opened the door for a whole bunch of stuff. So now we're going to rewrite the agenda. All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes. I'm just going down as I saw the hands called. Mayor Pro Tem has a point of order.
So my point of order is that I made a motion, someone did a friendly amendment, and what, we just gonna keep going around, getting suggestions and just adding it on? Or are we gonna enter into a discussion and either vote up or down and then go back and forth, up or down? But we just can't go ring around the rosy. We have a motion, a friendly amendment, discussion.
I actually,
And
my
City Attorney,
understanding
is that
of
correct?
Robert's rules is that there are no friendly amendments. Madam Attorney?
Okay.
So whether or not it's friendly, doesn't matter. There's an amendment on the floor, and that is what should be taken up.
Discussion on the amendment. Did anybody second the amendment? No. Well, I second the amendment. I withdraw my, this.
I just want to, I don't.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
The violation is, there has been a motion, there was a second, and we should have, as Mayor Pro Tem stated, at this time, discussion. The violation is when there is a motion and a second to approve an agenda. In discussion, there's other people that may have amendments to the agenda before we approve the agenda as recommended. The violation is, Mayor, at this time, you are evoking your personal opinions and how you feel when we should be in discussion, getting other people amendments to the agenda so we can approve this agenda as amended.
I'm going to rule in your point of order because there was a lot of commentary and there wasn't a question about the orders of the day. But a group of very brilliant people got together and made this agenda. And now we're just trying to respect the people's time. But if this is what y'all want to do with their time, I cannot stop you. Who wants to talk next? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
I have some items that I would like to add to the agenda, please. And that would be District 2 events for the fall. So for September, adding a District 2 Town Hall, a District 2 Senior Health Day, and a City of South Fulton Share the Warmth. And October would be a Senior Health Day.
I'm sorry, I do need you to just slow down. Do you have the dates for each
I
one
can
of
send
those
this to the
days?
clerk if you like.
Oh, no, we're doing this now. You all decided we're doing this now. Mr. Clerk, first of all, could you, Dr. Cooper, could you please work with our clerk to put up on the screen our events for September as we record these events? If you want to go ahead and give me those events again.
All I have at this point in time is to be announced, so I will pull those back and we'll do them on the 17th. So never mind.
Okay.
I withdraw mine.
All right. Next, Dr. Rao, did you have a?
I would like to add September 19th as the ARC focus group for seniors.
Okay, you have a place?
In Town Rec Center.
Do you have, I'm sorry, we're gonna pull this slide up. Mr. Clerk, do you have that list? Do you need me to email it to you? What time?
They're getting back to me on the time.
All right. Next.
I would like to ask that we leave item, Roman numeral item number 5 on the agenda. We have a packed room of residents who is here to hear about the elimination of the millage rate cap or to raise the millage rate cap. And at that time, if we need to vote to remove it because it's not necessary, the public deserves to know a reason. I would like to ask that we move public comments up to, as suggested, after item Roman number, was it 6 or 7? Under 7. Under 7, we do not need to have public comments at the bottom of the agenda. And Mayor, it was suggested before the meeting, because I consulted with the legal team, that we approve the agenda after the invocation. So had that been done, we would not be having this discussion.
Actually, that is the
I
only reason that
I will ask that we please move the public comments up after number 7.
Okay, you can ask all you want. We're going to vote on each one of these things individually.
And that is my purpose for asking, Mayor.
Person.
So
I got
that
you.
we can
You're in
vote
the
it.
queue, and
Thank you
you've been
very
recognized.
much.
And now
And if you had done the agenda right, we would be
chair
here.
recognizes whoever is next to talk in this show. Okay. All right. Now we're going to take these votes individually. First, there is a vote on the floor to remove item. Well, sorry. The first vote on the floor is to amend the agenda, but I mean we're already doing that, so clearly don't need to vote for that. The next item on the floor is a vote to remove Roman numeral 5 millage rate cap votes from the agenda. I think we've had enough discussion. Let's take this vote by a show of hands to remove Roman numeral 5.
I believe the second was removed from that initial motion.
Well, it doesn't matter. Let's. How about this? How about we let me chair the meeting? How about that? By a show of hands, who wants to remove Roman numeral number 5? If nobody wants, if they're not 4 hands, then we can move to the next thing, and we don't have to have a long discussion about it.
No, there was
Okay.
not a second for that.
There's not a second, and there are not enough votes. So that obviates the need to vote to keep Roman numeral number 5. Now there's a vote to move public comment up before we take these votes that are advertised at the top of the agenda. Is there a second for that, to move public comment? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I think we've had enough discussion about that. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Point of order. You don't think whether or not we have discussion. You ask, do we have any discussion?
Helen, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis, you have more you'd like to say?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You need to ask, do we have discussion? Because I'm in the queue.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need you all to hold your private conversations, please. If you need to talk, please step outside. Thank you.
And that's correct. To be clear, I'm asking to move public comments up after number 7, so that they would not have to wait on discussion on the millage rate cap removal and millage rate cap increase. So I'm asking, and it was second, just to be clear, is that what, I'm asking that the public comments be moved up after the budget presentation.
All right, so there is a request to move the comments up after the budget presentation. While we're in discussion, I would like to ask our attorney to reopine. She opined last week that conflating public comments with millage rate and millage rate cap and budget discussions might threaten the integrity of the vote, but if you are opining differently this week, then I guess we can vote on this. Attorney White?
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to move up the public comment. Is that correct? To where? Sorry.
Let me ask this, because it might not be necessary to do that. After number 6, where it says public hearing, number 3, anyone who chooses to speak on the budget, they are allowed to speak at the millage rate public hearing, correct? After number 6. That's a question I'm asking you, a city attorney. Because it might not be necessary to move public comments if residents are able to speak during public hearing on anything that's germane to the budget after number 6. So my question is, will any resident who wishes to speak on anything relating to the millage rate cap or the budget, are they able to get up and speak after number 6? And then, are they still eligible to make public comments after Roman numeral number 9? At Roman numeral number 9. So are they eligible to speak twice? One on the budget after doing public hearing, and number 6, Roman numeral number 6, and are they able to make public comment on Roman numeral number 9? But please understand, until we address the public comments on Roman numeral number 9, they can only speak on anything that's on the agenda, and they have to be a resident or have business in the city. Could you please opine? Chair, would you please ask the attorney to opine? Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam Attorney.
So if the amendment is to move public comment, then wherever you move it to is where it will occur. And it's one time.
That is not my understanding. Residents they're not only allowed to speak one time. Essentially, if they're residents, they're allowed to speak twice. They're allowed to speak about the millage rate cap and the budget during a public hearing. And if they desire to speak during public comments about anything else on the agenda, they are allowed to speak. Do I have a clear understanding of that? And if that is the case, then I'm fine. I will leave it as is.
They're allowed to speak on anything that's on the agenda, germane to the items that are on the agenda, to the exclusion of zoning matters. That's a separate public hearing.
So, they're allowed to speak about the budget and the millage rate cap under public hearing number 6, correct? Where it says public hearing number 3, they're allowed to speak about the budget and the removal of the millage rate cap, correct?
Well,
at number 6.
Currently, as the agenda is, there is not public comment in that space.
It says public hearing, though.
There's public comment.
Okay.
It says public hearing, so public hearing, residents are allowed to speak during a public hearing. I'm just confirming so we don't violate residents' right to speak.
So they would speak to what that public hearing is about, not the budget matters.
Then, under public comment, Roman numeral 9, they are allowed to speak about anything that's on the budget, that's on this agenda, with the exception of zoning cases.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mayor. I yield. I will move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you. Which is what? What's the agenda now, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah. So based on the amendments that I had in terms of, the additions, the 9-9 ARC focus group for seniors, which was added by Councilmember Rao. There wasn't votes to remove item 5, so that stays on the agenda. And then the last part was to move the public comment up after Roman numeral 7. That was the last that I had.
So the public comment will be Roman numeral number 8 versus Roman numeral number 9. Let's vote. Ray, let's show your hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously.
All right. "30 minutes later, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item."
Next item is Roman numeral number 5, second read, request council approval of an ordinance to amend section 6.11 of the Charter of the City of South Fulton to revise certain procedures relating to the imposition of millage rates, to establish an effective date, to provide for correction of scrivener's errors. You have options 1 and 2.
Madam City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, residents, others who may be watching. I don't want to spend, I know we're short on time, but I feel like it's important to provide a little bit of context for the people in the room. I was asked to bring forward your public safety facilities to fruition. We've gone through a very long process to get to this point, and in doing so, we have contemplated removing the millage rate cap in order to secure funding. We've contemplated increasing the millage rate cap to 18 mills in order to secure funding. We've had tours and comments, and we've had meetings, and a lot of dialogue has occurred around this issue. I worked closely with both my internal staff and with our financial advisor, who provided the traditional wisdom. And traditional wisdom is for a city to secure almost $100 million in debt, you needed a significant amount of what is called coverage. Coverage is the amount of available capacity to raise your taxes to cover the cost of the debt. And that advice typically is remove the cap. As you know, over 500 cities in the state of Georgia do not have a cap. But we heard concerns. We heard your concerns. We heard the people's concerns, and we offered an alternative to raise it to 18 mills. There were still concerns. And so we went to work, and we provided and researched other options. We researched options of eliminating our entire capital program and putting that money into building these buildings. We looked at other options. None of them were tolerable. I went back to our financial advisor based on your feedback and asked him to go back to the bank one last time. In doing so, the bank approved our moving forward without an increase in our millage rate cap. So we are able to proceed without raising the millage rate cap. Now, some people may say, well, why didn't you just do that in the first place? Well, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback, right? Everybody knows what to do after it's already been done. And so for those who like football, I don't Monday morning quarterback. I try to do what I believe is the right thing to do in the moment and with the sufficient information, education, and experience that we have. But I'm pleased to report that option C provides us with what the city needs, and it allows the citizens to know that they have been heard. And so that is why tonight we have put these two options on the agenda so that the council has an opportunity to move forward. The PFA met this earlier today. They heard the options and they are supporting our future expansions. So with that said, this is not the millage rate public hearing as is listed on the board. This is just an explanation as to why the council now has the opportunity to look at the charter change differently.
Before we entertain motions and discussions, let me say one of the great challenges of leadership is figuring out when to lead and when to listen. Sometimes we just so busy trying to lead that we don't listen to each other, to people that we placed in positions to lead. But this time we stopped and listened and we let the people lead. I want to thank the citizens of South Fulton for imagining what we could not imagine. There is not a person up on this dais, myself included, that thought we could get this money without eliminating the cap or raising the cap. It was the citizens who came and said, I'm not even gonna hold you. We're not doing a millage rate cap elimination, which sent us back to the banks the first time. Then we had a big town hall. We thought we had, we were really doing it. We brought everybody out and said we got two options. And the citizens said, y'all need to come back with an option C and D. And you all imagined something that we could not imagine. We are here today because of you. Sometimes some of us can give you all grief for being uncompromising, endlessly unsatisfied, and endlessly demanding. But the Bible says that you have not because you ask not. And so I encourage you to keep asking more of us. We can do better than what we've done already tonight. Keep demanding more of us. Thank you for pushing us to this most equitable, cost-effective, and efficient solution. With that, the chairman recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think anyone in this government, on this council, was comfortable with raising or eliminating the millage rate cap. And I want us to make sure we fully understand this was a Hail Mary that worked. This is not a usual thing. This is not us saying we had that option on the table all along. This was us going back to the bank and saying, look at how financially stable we are. Look at how we're going to be able to pay these notes, even though we have a millage rate cap in place. So in other words, this is the bank based on the relationships we have built taking a risk on the city of South Fulton. Doesn't happen every day. So I don't want us to leave here thinking that this is something we could have done all along. Because why would we put ourselves through this? This was us going back and saying, we're all uncomfortable, we're all uncomfortable. Work with us. So, Madam City Manager, Edward, Attorney, I give all kudos to you all for listening. Citizens, thank you all for pushing us, right? But I guarantee you all, none of us wanted to raise taxes, which was not the idea at all to begin with. Because I keep reminding people, you know who pay taxes here too and who have homes here? The people who sit up here. Okay? And leadership is not going to be easy all the time, nor is it going to be popular. But sometimes you are forced or you're put in a position where you have to do the right thing because it's the right thing, and a lot of times it's not going to be popular. But I tell people, from my personal experience, having gotten carjacked, my wife held at gunpoint, in my neighborhood where people were kicking in doors because they knew police officers were going to take 90 minutes to get there if they showed up at all. It was one of the reasons why we fought to create the city of South Fulton. Police and fire. So again, I just want to give kudos to the staff and to just let us all know that is the work and the foundation that we have been doing by being fiscally responsible and saving all this money and have money in the bank and have grown our budget from $55 million last on the Fulton County to something that we're going to approve hopefully tonight of over $430 million. So with everything else that's been said, you know what you can't argue with? The numbers and the reality of where we are. So again, I want to thank the citizens for their engagement. I want to thank my colleagues up here in council, because I know the resolve that we had, we wanted to make sure our public safety people were secured. We wanted to do it, and we are trying to find a way to do it. So once again, thank you all, and Madam City Manager and your team, Edward, again, thank you all. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. City Manager Subadan, even though we do not have to remove the millage rate cap or raise the millage rate cap, is it true or is it not true that we still do not have a bond rate?
At this time, we haven't pursued our bond rating. That is a goal, and you've heard me talk about that. And so what you've also been told is the bond rating is like a credit rating. And we've been able to obtain our loan at a same or better rate than if we had a public offering with a bond rating. And there are many reasons for that. I think market is some of that. I think the relationship we have with the bank is some of that. I think the amount of money we have in the bank is some of that. I think a bond rating is first quarter of 2026, where we will pursue that.
My question to you is, how would this millage rate cap impact the bond rating possibility? How would this impact us getting a bond rating? Right now, we have a millage rate cap of 13.469 mils, and how is that going to impact?
So 13.149 is our cap. I think it is, we looked at other cities that have a cap and they have a AAA bond rating. So I think there's several things that go into it, and we're gonna give it just like this, we're gonna give it our best opportunity to see how much of a bond rating we can get. Traditional wisdom will tell you a new city is only gonna get a AA. I'm gonna wanna pursue a AAA. If we pursue a AAA and we get a AA, no harm, no foul. In the future, we can go after a AAA.
I too want to thank the residents for being vigilant and also being vocal around this matter. It allowed us to not only do a public facility tour, but host a town hall meeting where we had over 150 participants. And I would suggest that, I see many walking out, but I would suggest that you all remain and stay engaged. Closed mouths don't get fed. And part of the reason there's a lack of trust in this government is because people don't show up. You know, many council meetings, these meetings are empty. And there was a lot of misinformation put out around this. And I will, as your leader, one of your leaders, take some responsibility, because I do think that there should have been a better marketing and public information plan around this. And that we all share in the responsibility of that. And that is why we organized the town hall meeting. That is why we did a public safety tour, so that you can see the conditions that our public safety officers are working in. But also there was misinformation put out that we were doing something illegal and that we were doing something in violation of the charter. And I just want to say that there is home rules, and the home rule says powers to raise or eliminate the millage rate cap, 13.469 mills found in section 6.11 of its charter, without the need to hold a referendum election. In 1954, the amendment of the Georgia Constitution gave General Assembly the authority to provide for the self-governance of municipalities. And so therefore, under Home Rule 1965, OCGA 3651, it sets forth mechanisms by which municipalities may, by ordinance duly adopted at 2 regular consecutive meetings, the power to amend the charter, and then 2, by referendum. And so the misinformation that this council was doing something illegal by raising the millage rate cap or removing the millage rate was not true. There are 2 ways the state law allows us to do that. And state law takes precedence over the charter. To me, all of this was about the lack of trust that people had in this government. The lack of trust, because we consistently said and promised and assured that we were not going to raise the millage rate cap. For me, the most important thing is that our public safety officers are going to get the proper working conditions and the adequate equipment they need to do their jobs. And thank you to the residents who showed up to take the tours of the public safety facilities. I would like to remind residents who had to work and who could not attend that these public safety facilities belong to you, and you too can take a tour on your own. To just stop by the fire stations, look at them, stop by the police precincts, look at them. Of course, there's certain protocol that you have to go through, but they're your facilities, and you do have the ability to go and take a tour of these facilities on your own. Thank you again, and continue to hold us accountable and continue to want the best for our public safety personnel, because there was not one person that I heard that said they did not want proper working conditions for our public safety personnel. But it did bother me that it was misinformation put out saying that we were doing something illegal or in conflict of this charter. And that was not true. We have attorneys that advise us, we have bond attorneys that advise us, and we have a finance advisor that advises us. And we all acted upon their advisement. None of us are subject matter experts as it relates to bond financing and debt financing. Thank you again. Continue to stay engaged, and
Councilman,
we want to see you more. Thank you.
Councilman Moreau.
I won't reiterate what my colleagues have said, but I also want to encourage the residents to go listen to the very first hearing we had on this subject when our advisors Ed Walls and Doug Selby really laid this out. And one thing that stuck with me was the fact that Mr. Walls talked about the city of South Fulton being in the top 5% of his clients. He said he represented over 152 cities. That's significant when you consider it's 537 cities in Georgia, and he represents over 150 of them. So I want to thank you and the staff for working to go back to the bank and figure this out. And it really speaks to what we've all been talking about, the relationships. Because if you didn't have the money in the bank, they wouldn't have went for it. So I also wanted us to think about that, because like Councilwoman Willis said, it was so much misinformation put out, not only about our intent, but the financial strength of our city. We are strong financially. If that was not the case, we would not be here. So again, I want to thank everybody who played a part in making this happen. And this is a win for all citizens and all taxpayers, which also include the people who sit up on this DS. So thank you.
Councilwoman Gums.
Again, I do want to thank City Manager. Again, leadership is hard. It is hard. Leadership is about doing the right thing, and management is about doing it the right way. And I appreciate you going the extra mile and being able to do this. We ask for the options. Of course, I think people often forget that we're taxpayers as well, that we're a part of the process. So I do like to remind residents that we too pay taxes. We are too concerned about our taxes going up. So these are issues that are important, not just to the community, but to us as well. So I just want people to remember that. I think this is a win, not just for the city of South Fulton, but for our public safety and the residents here in the city of South Fulton. So we can't be a top city, as I've said before, without having adequate facilities for our public safety to recruit top talent to keep us safe. So again, thank you for all that you've done to get us here today, and I hope that the residents can appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman Bell.
I yield. Y'all said the same thing.
So, the chair will now entertain a motion for Roman numeral V, letter A.
I move that we remove from the agenda due to it not being necessary to eliminate the millage rate cap or raise the millage rate cap at 18 mills. I recommend that we remove Roman numeral, why I can't get that out? Roman numeral number 5. I don't know what's wrong with me today. From the agenda. We're removing it. We don't have to vote on it.
It's been moved and seconded. Attorney White, might it be more proper to vote no to both items and to record the no vote to eliminate and the no vote to raise the millage rate?
If that's the case, I'll remove my motion and change it, Chair.
All right. The chair, okay, so the chair will go with option 1 first. The chair will entertain a motion for option 1.
I would have to remove my motion if you don't mind.
Okay, it's removed. Do we need to do anything else?
I would have to move to remove my motion to remove Roman numeral number 5 from the agenda and vote no to Roman numeral number 5, which states to eliminate the millage rate cap. Option 1, option 2, to raise the millage rate cap to 18 mills. My motion was to vote no.
Madam Attorney.
I would suggest to just have a vote for each one.
Okay, so again, the chair will entertain a motion to eliminate the millage rate cap.
I just missed it.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
So I put a motion on the floor and the chair did not like that motion. So I removed that motion and made another motion. It says, under Roman numeral number 5, A, option 1, to eliminate millage rate cap. Option 2, to raise the millage rate cap to 18 mills. What I did was I removed my motion and said I moved to vote no to option 1 to eliminate the millage rate cap, or option 2 to raise the millage rate cap to 18 mills. And I said,
Okay, so I'm gonna rule in your point of order. We know what you said. It's not that I didn't like it. It's not that I didn't like it. The attorney who is our parliamentarian has recommended that we take the motions separately. So
my motions are still on the floor though, and I did not remove my motions.
what we doing?
So I moved to remove my motion. No
Okay,
one
probably
seconded.
moved and seconded. Can we take a vote to remove her motions? We got that? Everybody show of hands. Okay, now watch this. All you have to say is so moved. The chair will entertain a motion to eliminate the millage rate cap.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, but you want to chair.
The show of hands is to eliminate the millage rate cap. So raising your hand or voting yes in the queue. Let's take this vote in the queue. Everybody get in the 7 o'clock view, 7 o'clock queue. A yes is to eliminate. A no is not to eliminate. Everybody got that? Mr. Clerk, you got it set up in the queue like that? All you have to do is click no, and then it shows up in the screen. There'll be 7 no's.
You want to do no, Councilman Willis? Okay. That motion was unanimous, 7-0, voting no.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to raise the millage rate cap to 18 mills. So, all right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue. A no means that we are not doing it.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0 against to raise the cap to 18 mills.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item on the agenda is the millage rate public hearing number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get a little presentation, but this is where we actually vote on the millage rate. We're not raising or eliminating the cap. We're now voting, well, after this hearing, we'll be voting on what the millage rate will be. It's going to be the same as last year, but we're going to give you a little presentation about it. A little presentation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll speed talk. No. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll start off with the property tax 101 on what a millage rate is. The millage rate is the tax rate applied to the the property's assessed value to determine the total amount of property tax that is due by the homeowner. The millage rate is usually stated as dollars per thousands, just to give you a little bit of overview. We typically use 1 mil as $1 per thousands of the assessed value. And the millage rate is established by law by the city every year. We have to set the millage rate. As the mayor stated earlier, we are recommending adopting the current millage rate of 12.399 for fiscal year 2026. That will be tax year 2025. And we have held the same millage rate since 2023. When we talk about property values, it helps us to understand the difference between market value and your assessed value. Market value is what your home could be sold for on the open market, but property taxes aren't based on that full number. Instead, we use the assessed value, which is set at 40% of your market value, and that is before even your exemptions are applied. The distinction is important because it means you're not being taxed on the full the full value of your home. For example, if your property is valued at $100,000, we assessed it at 40% of that amount. Basically, we would assess it at $40,000. This slide just simply illustrates how the math works. I won't walk you through it. Again, $100,000, we assessed it at 40%, and that's $40,000. So at 1 mil, that would equate to $40. What is a homestead exemption? Homestead exemptions are a way to give homeowners some relief on their property taxes. If you live in your home as a primary residence, you should qualify for a homestead exemption. These exemptions are applied after the assessed value is set, which means they lower the portion of your home's value that gets taxed. The City of South Fulton also offers several exemptions beyond the basic homestead exemptions, which includes exemptions for seniors, those who are disabled, and veterans. Exemptions are also offered to surviving spouses of peace officers and firefighters killed in the line of duty as well. And many special exemptions have requirements for age and/or income. And please contact the Fulton County Tax Assessor's Office for further details on any other exemptions that are offered even by the county. HB 581, this is one of the biggest changes we've seen recently when it comes to property tax relief. The whole idea behind it is to help protect homeowners from sudden spikes in your property taxes that happen when your values go up, especially during times of high inflation. How it works is the bill puts a cap on how much the assessed value of a homestead property can go up each year. That cap is tied to the consumer price index, so it rises at the same pace as inflation. Now, as for the City of South Fulton, this isn't a new concept for us. We've already been providing this type of protection to our homeowners through our floating homestead exemption. Ours is more beneficial actually to our residents because we limit the increase to whichever is lower, 3%, or the consumer price index. That means our residents have it better. They benefit more and they can predict their tax relief. The good thing about the HB 581 is that this year, your 2025 levels are frozen at your 2024 levels. So if you haven't had any significant improvements to your home, the city portion of your tax bill should remain the same because we're adopting the same millage rate, and then your assessed value should be frozen at the 2024 level. And this is just a glossary of your exemptions, and it provides a definition and descriptions of the various property tax exemptions offered. And if you've seen the paper, you've you've seen this notice of current tax digest and 5-year history of levy. This is required by law. We're required to publish it, and it provides you with our first hearing date. It also provides you with the 2025 tax digest numbers as well. What has changed, we were contacted by the tax assessor's office on September 2nd, and they advised us that our tax digest did slightly decrease. And why those numbers decreased was primarily due to property reassessments or successful appeals, increases in exemptions, which we did see, and additions or deletions of property, construction or demolitions, or transfers as well. So we did receive an update on our tax digest, and it has reduced by $24.2 million, which equates to about $301,000 in tax revenue. The change didn't impact our property tax revenue too much because we typically never budget 100% of the tax revenue we expect to receive due to changes such as this. Now that we've seen how the tax digest has shifted, it's important to understand the role exemptions play in shaping those numbers. Exemptions totaling over $2.6 billion, representing about 33% of the city's assessed value. This breakdown just shows major categories from homesteads to senior and veteran exemptions that directly impact the city's base.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? We're offering 2.6 billion?
That's about 33% of our total tax digest.
Tax exemptions.
Yeah.
Thank
And it increased about $8 million, and I have a list of the programs such as age 62 exemptions, over 70 exemptions, and senior exemptions showed the majority of the increase in the the 2025 exemptions. That amounted to about $8 million. This slide just gives us a full picture of what makes up the city's property tax digest and who contributes to it. It shows how homeowners, businesses, industries, and other property types all play a role in shaping the city's tax base. Residential accounts for about 64%. Commercial accounts for about 20%. Industrial accounts for about 12.5%. So that's the makeup of our property classes, in addition to public utilities. This slide just provides a breakdown of the 2025 property tax digest, which represents the total taxable value of all property types within the city. I won't read each item to you as it is also listed on the previous slide. Again, we're not proposing an increase in the city millage rate. It remains unchanged at 12.399. The rollback rate. The rollback rate is basically the millage rate that would keep the city's property tax revenue the same as the previous year after accounting for changes in existing property values. For 2025, the calculated rollback rate is 12.315. However, the city is proposing to maintain the 12.399, which is the same again as last year. And even though the millage rate is not increasing, state law requires us to advertise this as a tax increase because overall property values have gone up due to reassessments across the city. I should restate that because there was a change. It actually has reduced But I contacted the tax assessor's office to identify exactly where that change is, whether or not it is under the reassessment of existing properties, would technically take down our overall millage rate, but they have yet to get back with me. So it may be that this 12.315 is not accurate as of the new release of that information, so. This slide just gives a simple example of what the city property taxes look like for a homeowner with a basic homestead exemption. And when you compare the two with the rollback millage rate of 12.315 and the proposed millage rate of 12.399, the difference between the two is just $3.36. And the next slide just shows what the city property tax revenue would look like under both the current rate and the rollback rate. And I believe the difference is about $400,000 in tax revenue. This slide also just shows what property taxes might look like for a homeowner who qualifies for several exemptions, including the basic exemption, plus additional relief based on age or income through county and school programs. And again, this would just be the city's portion of your tax bill, not your entire tax bill. And the difference between the two, with the same exemption, same fair market value, would be $6.55. This slide just gives a simple way to see how much revenue the city can raise with each mill of property tax based on the 2025 digest. Again, an entire mill would generate about $5.3 million. You'll see the next slide through a couple of times throughout, because we just want to remind you that the proposed millage rate, we're keeping it steady since 2023, 2024, and the current proposed tax year. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing with any speakers. Mr. Clerk, did anyone fill out any speakers' cards?
Yes, sir. We definitely received one card for the millage rate. We've received a couple of them regarding the millage rate cap. So Wanda Mosley, Tanya Anderson, Condra McGree, and Pamela Harris.
Please come forward.
I'm going to yield based on how the agenda got switched around.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Wanda Mosley, Condra McGree, Pamela Harris.
And just so you know, these comments are, you can come on, these comments are just for the millage rate. We'll have general public comments, a few items down from this, once we dispense with this stuff. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening.
Please say your name and address, just.
Sorry, Condra McGee, District 2. I did submit a card because I wanted to make a final plea to deny the ratification of the charter, which is no longer needed. Thank you, guys. But I did want to take the opportunity to say a couple of things. I actually prayed about this issue in the parking lot in my car. And so for those who might be in doubt, I want to remind you that God still answers prayers. And, you know, there's the adage that even when you're trying to figure it out, he's already worked it out. And so I wanted to also applaud you guys for hearing us and going back and inquiring and pushing for a better option. I think that this is a quintessential example of what happens and the positive outcomes that can result when we work collectively. And then also, I just wanted to remind you guys to continue to do that. Hopefully this puts a little bit of the, increase the battery in your back to kind of lean into it and to think outside of the box and embrace the fact that you don't have to go with tradition or go with the status quo, right? We can push for a new thing, right? And see what, God's gonna say, all right? So I appreciate you guys again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pamela Harris or Wanda Mosley, did they want to speak? I don't see them.
All right. That it? Anyone else going once, going twice? All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, Mr. Clerk, I'm gonna go ahead and close the millage rate hearing. Please sound the next item.
It brings us to Roman numeral 7, second read, request council approval of ordinance to adopt the 2025 millage rate at 12.399 for the city property tax for the city of South Fulton, Georgia.
The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue. Everybody, please get your camera phones out. I don't want you to get screenshots of this and post it to next door tonight. Thank you.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0. That brings us to the amended agenda, which at this time will be public comment. They receive a number of, sorry. We moved public comment up. Yeah. So that brings us to public comment at this time. I did receive a number of public comment cards, but I will read the rules regarding public comment into the record for the public. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comment should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. And speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, we do have a number of citizens who have signed up. So I call your name, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, the item on the agenda you're speaking of in your council district. Speakers are Richard Snellings, Dedrick Lindley, Jewel Johnson, Jane Williams, and Sandra Williams. Would you please come in that order?
All right, Richard Snellings, 1980, Loch Lomond Trail Southwest, South Fulton 30331. And I am speaking about the item for amending the public comments. Now, I think the ordinance offered by Councilwoman Pritchett is a great start to rebuilding trust. It's apparent that the policy that created this issue has created more trouble, which is what y'all spent the first 30 minutes fussing about. In the past, I may have said some things that contributed to the policy being enacted. I think we are past that point in our city's history now, and hopefully as the guard changes at the end of this year, we can find solutions without silencing dissenting voices. When I advocated for this policy change, my recall public comments was brought up. Recalls are a legal process that is a remedy. Legal processes are discussed all the time in government meetings, and sometimes it's uncomfortable. Again, I hope we are past this and we can move forward with the community-focused ordinance sponsored by Councilwoman Pritchett. Now, earlier tonight, we heard a presentation in the work session, which is on the agenda for a vote. I don't typically respond to people's opinions of their actions, but during this work session, there was a mischaracterization of taxpayers who own property in the city being chastised by someone who does not own property or pay property taxes in the city and never has. Specifically, I'm referring to the comments made about the incessant criticism and being indefatigable. Sir, while you may not like it, the First Amendment grants us the right to petition the government to address problems or change existing policies. You have not because you asked not. That's what was said to us tonight. So I ask that the decorum ordinance be adhered to because it is clear you all need a refresher on it. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Dedrick Lindsay. I live at 7259 Parks Trail. I'm in District 4. And the thing that I want to discuss is, what I see is we're going to end up back here next year over the same issue again. And my recommendation is, can we at least put a SPLOS on the next ballot for 2026? I know we can't get it on this year, but put a bigger SPLOS. And I mean, 1 cent, 5 cents. Who cares if I got to pay $2.05 for something that's 5 cents? I mean, for $2. I'd rather have the city take care of whatever they need, get those extra things we need to get done, move the city forward. Let's just go ahead and go on, put it on the agenda for a new SPLOS so we can quit arguing about what we're going to do next year, because I don't want to be coming back up here having to deal with, okay, we got to raise taxes again for the next year.
I thought I was about to fall. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I reside in District 1, 4660 Orkney Lane. I'm speaking today on the ordinance of amending the public hearing and participation. And one of my main reasons for doing that is because I really think it's a great start for us to start working together, because when we allow our citizens to be able to talk about pretty much anything that they want to talk about, it gives them the feeling of being a part of the city, that you really care, and that this will give us a chance to show that we can work together. We can do this together, and I would like to see us do it together. I've had conversations with my council person because I really, really would like for us to allow the people to come and speak about anything they want to, because when they come, it's because they really care, and they want you to listen to them and respect them, and they want to be able to respect you. I mean, I've been here several times, and I've heard a lot of things said, but I also know that we have to learn to agree to disagree so we can move our city forward. If we don't do this, we're not going to be able to move forward, because you are merely representative of the people. The people is the power that drives the city. People make cities and counties and states, so we must work with them. I'm only asking you to work with us. Let's look at this. Let's try it. If it don't work after 6 months, let's throw it back out. At least give the people a chance, because they know you giving them a chance, they'll know that you're on the right footing, and they're gonna wanna work with you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Jane Williams, 6276 Shenfield Lane, Union City, District 7. I also want to comment on Section 10, which is the public comment section, and I want to commend Councilwoman Pritchett for bringing this up. I pray that you all will vote yes to approve amending the public comment section. And one of my reasons for bringing this up is that when a person attends a council meeting, they may have been able to make it to that council meeting at that particular day, at that particular time. You know, people have jobs, people have other responsibilities, and I take care of a disabled sister. She can't pull down an agenda from a computer, but I can guarantee you this. If she walk up the street where she does walk, she can tell you about sidewalks that needs to be repaired. She can tell you about lighting that needs to be in place. She can tell you about the crosswalks that are not there. So I will hope that you all will vote to approve this. Also, we talked about one of the last times I was here about how council needs to govern more of their time. So I want to make a suggestion that we put back, I think we had this before, where there was time slots on here, how much time it takes on a particular item. So I will ask that that be put back on here and that we go by that, okay? So thank you all so much. Thank you for the bus tour that we had on last week, and thank you for all that you do.
Last speaker is Sandra Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I see a number of friends here amongst you and friends here, the citizens that are attending this meeting. The comments that I want to make as president of the Atlanta North Georgia Labor Council really have a lot to do with your public safety employees and your budget. You have an outstanding group of public safety employees that includes your fire and your police. But tonight I want to speak specifically about your fire. And this has to do with everyone here knows, and I was here for the celebration when Captain Hall was still present here with you and when you became a unionized workforce. So let me address those issues. I know you're currently under negotiation, so I'll be brief. I first want to talk about fiscal integrity of the budget. The current budget draft does not reflect the true financial impact of wage negotiations. This is not a new or excessive demand. It is about ensuring that the contractual commitments already entered into and ratified by this council are honored and properly funded. Adopting the budget prematurely could risk the gap between what is passed on paper and what is required in practice. This exposes the city to avoidable fiscal instability and legal risk, and we certainly don't want that. We want all workers to work in the community. We want them to live in the community. They are members of this community, this respected community. I offer to you, in terms of the union's availability, the union remains ready and committed to bargaining in good faith. If bargaining sessions can't be held before the budget vote, the responsible course is to table the budget until negotiations are properly integrated. And so I offer to you the responsible path forward. If possible, and I missed the first 30 minutes of the meeting, so I don't know if you addressed this already, but if you could table the budget vote, not have it tonight, postpone it for another time, ensure that the city's financial plan fully reflects the outcome of negotiations, and protect the council, the city, the taxpayers from any unnecessary exposure. We are very proud of the city of South Fulton. I don't live in such a city. I actually live in Woodstock, and I wish my city looked like this. I wish we had a voice like this, but we don't. So the bottom line is, in passing a budget that omits negotiated wage obligations is both risky and unnecessary.
Thank you, ma'am. That's your time.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral number 8, second read and request council approval of an ordinance adopting the FY 2026 budget.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the 2026 budget.
It's been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I want to read something into the record concerning the budget. Honorable members and council attached find a one-page summary illustrating the COLA obligations ready to be under CBA. To be clear, firefighters' 3% annual step increases are contractual, designated to address compression and inflation. Cost of living are separate benefits that council extends to all employees. Firefighters are entitled to receive these COLAs in addition to their step increases. The contract also makes plain that all provisions remain in effect until successor agreement is reached, ensuring continuity and enforceability. The 4% COLA retroactive to January 25, the 3% step increase due October 2025, and any COLA adopted by council for 2026 year. I am displeased that we are here in this position where we are about to adopt a budget without having a resolve to our CBA agreement. I have been vocal about this, and I will continue to be vocal about this. I have been transparent. There has been back and forth emails, and anyone can do an open record request for the emails, where the Fire Labor Union has been trying to resolve this since March. Our public safety personnel are working in not good working conditions, and we agreed to abide by the CBA. Ms. City Manager, my question of you is, can you please, for the record, please address how in this budget we are prepared to address this unresolved on the record?
Can I go ahead? Yes. Thank you for the question. We have budgeted $967,144 in the budget for bargaining contingency. I am quite confident that we will get to agreement. I'm very optimistic that we will get to agreement. And it's our intention to get to agreement with our union, but I want all fire personnel to be assured that we have set aside funding in our existing budget to ensure that we are able to cover their needs regarding bargaining. Should we fall short, we will come back to this council and we will amend the budget. And anybody who comes to these meetings and pays attention recognizes that the budget, I think it was Councilwoman Williams-Brown that said, the budget is not set in concrete. After we pass the budget, if we have to come back and amend the budget, we will do so and have done so.
My second question is, we can amend the budget. Is there a reason why you recommend we do not extend this until the 17th to allow for you and the labor union to have a discussion, a good faith discussion, at least try to have a discussion? Why can't we delay this budget until the 17th? Can you please, for the record, explain?
So I think I can't really make a statement on behalf of negotiations since those are ongoing. And so I'm going to read Upon the advice of counsel, I would not advise making a statement on the record as negotiations are ongoing. So can I finish? The other thing I would say is the second read was duly noticed to the public, and it is a $425 million spending plan. I see all these beautiful children out here at 8:30 at night in their Miracle League yellow shirts and their posters, excited to know that this council has allocated $1 million for Miracle League. I don't want them to come back next week. Additionally, there are many things you have committed to. You have committed to in this budget that are extraordinarily time sensitive. We locked in an interest rate yesterday at 4.25% for our $96 million projects. I recognize and I understand there's consternation with our bargaining unit, but we've set aside $1 million for 244 people. I think we can figure it out.
And I would like to say thank you, because this is the first time we have ever budgeted for $1 million or any money in the Miracle League, and I did advocate for that. The Miracle League has been operating in our city since the inception, but the Miracle League has been around prior to our inception. Every child deserves the right to play. They have been operating out of Waccamaw Park majority. They are in the fall season where they're playing their games at Burdett this time, but we're one city, and as you can see, this is only a fraction of special need kids that we have in our city. There's over 100 participants on this team, and we have never had proper accommodations for our Miracle League team. So I am happy. They have been told on numerous occasions that they were going to get a Miracle League field, and they were lied to, because in order for that to happen, you have to have money in the budget. And that was never done, not on the city side and not on the county side. This is the first time we've put $1 million in the budget. But going back to our firefighters, I want to assure Ms. Williams that thank you for coming. There is money allocated to accommodate the negotiations. While we can't discuss the negotiations, but several of us, specifically Gomes and Sebastian's, have been relentlessly advocating to get this money in the budget, get a resolve, and we have been vocal about it. You can watch every council meeting. I am not pleased, I am not happy that we are here, but what does give me some type of comfort is that she has said on the record that we can come back and amend the budget once the negotiations have been resolved. And trust and believe, I will continue to be vocal, continue to advocate publicly that we get this resolved. We made an agreement. We promised that we were going to abide by that agreement, and I'm going to make sure that I continue to advocate that that is done.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am, I too am disappointed that these negotiations have taken as long as they have. However, I am holding on to hope that we can get to a place where this baby union and this new administration that we have over the last couple of years would get to the point where it's not management versus union, it's management and union working together in harmony to do better, to do what is best for our public safety people. And I'm also hopeful that the police would do the same. That's my hope. That a couple years from now, we're also discussing collective bargaining for police. I am the son of a union president. My late father was a union president, so I feel very strongly about people organizing and to be able to collectively bargain. So rest assured that we will be fair and we will be balanced. But sometimes you can't please everybody all the time, and they say good negotiations sometimes when everybody leave a little happier, everybody leave a little disappointed. So I just know that in the end we're gonna be fine, but hopefully when we go through this cycle again, we don't find ourselves having to vote on a budget and having to make provisions afterwards. But the good news is, as you've heard, this council has the ability to come back and amend this budget to suit what is needed after these negotiations are finished. So I believe in our staff, I believe in our team, and I know they're going to get it done. We pulled one miracle off this week, so I'm looking forward to another miracle, because guess what? I think it was Thursday, we had a meeting here, and we all left saying, we're going to be praying over this weekend, right? And I believe in the prayers of righteous people. It availeth much. So I'm keeping hope alive and keeping prayers going up that it'll be okay. Okay, so Fire Union, if you're listening, staff that you're here, I trust you all to get this done. And God bless you all.
Councilwoman Gomes.
I think my colleague said it all. I just want everybody to know that we support our public safety officers, but looking forward to really getting this matter resolved because it has taken extremely long. So you have the support, and we want to make sure that we do the right thing across the entire city. So thank you for being here.
Second time when I'm final.
Councilwoman Willis for a second time.
And final, and then I'm done. I love my brother, Councilmember Sebastian, but resolving this is not a miracle. It's just the right thing to do. And I want to reiterate, we have $1 million in this current budget that will help us with the negotiation. We also have the ability to amend. We also have ability to go stand alongside of our fire union if we have to, and hold up picket signs until we get it right, because I know that's what the union does when they're mistreated. I also encourage our police to organize. I've been saying that for 8 years. You need to organize. I also ask all employees to help us help you. Councilmember Gumbs and I tried to bring a labor benefit here that was voluntary for all employees to join, that will help with advocacy. And so I will be getting with Ms. Williams to help me determine some other options for all employees, because I believe all employees should have the right to be a part of labor and have advocacy if they desire to. There is no cost to us to allow you to do that, and no one should stop you from doing that. Thank you.
Madam City Manager, this is rhetorical. You don't need to respond, but I know that you are negotiating this contract. I don't know what the terms of this contract are, but let's make sure that we never have to do this again in an election year. If we can do 2-year cycles, let's do that. Let's figure it out. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Congratulations. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to second read and request council approval of an ordinance amending public hearings and participation, section 1-3002, revised 1 to allow unrestricted public comment. This is sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to amend public hearings and public participation to allow unrestricted public comment as sounded.
Is there a second? Well, it's been properly moved and seconded. Now we're in discussion. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So, I have a question. I do support this, but I just want us to be procedurally correct. We did vote on this. And let me tell you when, because I requested this information from the clerk earlier today. Clerk, do you have that information pulled up?
Yes.
I think I have it right here.
Yes, so this item was voted at the September 24th, 2024 meeting, and the vote was 3-4. It failed to receive 4 affirmative votes.
So when that happened, according to Robert rules, that an individual from the prevailing side has to bring this back. Let me pull that up under section 37.
And a point of order for our parliamentarian / attorney, if you will be following along with this section and answer the question, is there a difference between a motion and a piece of legislation?
It was legislation, Mayor. That's what I asked him to pull.
Right.
Right, it was legislation, section 30.
Didn't say that it wasn't. It was just asking for a distinction. Robert's rules governs voting and procedures. I don't know that it can actually govern our actual legislation. They're just asking for our parliamentarian to rule on that.
Right. So under section 37, thank you. You were ruling on your point of order. May I have the floor back? Because I do have the floor.
Well, at this point, we're going to give the floor to the parliamentarian. I just asked her to include an additional deliberation in the question that you already asked. So we're waiting to hear from you, Attorney White.
So Robert's rules does state that if a motion has either been adopted or defeated during a meeting, at least one member who voted on the prevailing side has to bring the motion to reconsider.
And so that is for a motion. I just want to be clear if this is a different piece of legislation or if the legislation itself is brought back. We're not reconsidering a motion. We're voting on an ordinance. If it governs the ordinance the same way that it governs a motion.
Give me a second to double check on that.
That's okay. We got time now. We got through all the important stuff.
Right, so that's dealing with motions to reconsider, but his question is if that applies to legislation as well. And so I'm double checking the charter to be sure. Okay, so I have your answer. So there is a distinction between a motion and legislation. You can bring back legislation if you choose to.
So I have the floor. So legislation can be brought back by the individual who was not on the prevailing side. That's what we're saying on the record.
Correct.
Thank you. The other question I have, this legislation, is it limited to residents and business owners and employees of the city? And I guess that question would be for the attorney or the author of the legislation.
The resolution, the ordinance is not attached in the Civic Plus. I don't know why it's not attached. It should be attached? Okay, but in mine, it is not attached.
Mayor Pro Tem, as the author of the legislation, can you just tell us, was it your legislative intent to continue to restrict public comment only to citizens and business owners?
Citizens, business owners, and if, to unrestrict citizens and business owners, and then under other circumstances where there were subject matter experts, we can suspend the rules as customary to allow them to speak.
Okay, so we're all clear, we're voting on, can we take this vote in the queue? Is there legislation, is it in the legislative queue? Was it in the legislative packet, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, can't speak to why it's not in here because it was in the agenda 2 weeks ago for first read.
Okay.
But it's not in here now. What I can do is email it to everyone. But it's been in the legislative portal for about a month.
So, Madam Attorney, this is our second read. It's been in the portal for about a month. It was printed before. It's not printed this week. How do we proceed? I just want to get some advice from our attorney first. Attorney White.
So I believe the author of the legislation can speak to the questions that are asked. We're going to get an email version of the document. You all can decide if you want to move forward with the vote or not.
If you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, if it doesn't have the items that you specified in it and we don't have it in the queue, I don't know what happened. Would it be a problem to bring it back on 9/17, which is only 8 days from now? So that we can make sure, just to accommodate this, we suspend the rules. We are suspending rules to allow, we do have the ability to suspend the rules to allow residents to speak on any subject at the next council meeting, and I will support that if that will be okay. But I just want to make sure that we do have the legislation in front of us, we do have the proper language, and we don't have that. But I'm willing to suspend the rules to allow residents to speak on any subject until we can get this voted on. Is that okay with you? Or do you want, okay, you send it to us? Okay, let me read it. Does it have what we just? Okay, thank you.
So to address your question, the amendment refers to section let's see. Oh, okay, I do want to, there's an error in here. This is for 2 minutes, not 3. Let's make that clear. And that's in section A. Then in section B, well, in section number 5, it says, as a general rule, members of the public are not precluded from speaking on matters that do not appear on the published agenda, regardless of whether those items have been advertised for public hearing, have been placed in the public hearing segment on the agenda. The council shall follow its public hearing rules unless the council by 4 affirmative votes has decided that the public participation is disruptive or unnecessary. Y'all heard that now. Okay. Then it says, that's pretty much it.
Where does it say that residents should reside? Okay, but where's the one where it said, because it was, the thing that was missing was the subject matter experts. What is that in there?
So if it's not in there, what I just articulated is my legislative desire and intent. If it's a subject matter expert, I didn't put it in because we can suspend the rules for subject matter experts. We don't have to outline that in this legislation because we already can do it regardless. You can add, we can add for subject matter experts that and an affirmative vote of 4 that we can suspend the rules to allow subject matter experts to speak. And employees? I understand. And well, here's the thing. I'm not trying to have discussion with you like this, but that's a Ms. Subadam thing because we cannot direct staff to speak, but it's up to Ms. Subadam if she is comfortable with the staff coming and speaking.
Can I? Okay, thank you for answering my questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Employees work here. They live here, some of them, but some of them don't live here and work here. And I recall where we had the labor union employees who wanted to come and provide public comment, and a lot of them were shut down because they did not live in this city. And I didn't think that was right, because if these employees are working and providing a service to us, we should not prohibit them from coming to provide public comments. And I understand it's not violating the city manager authority. To me, to tell employees they can't speak during public comment about anything and then they serve the city is violating their freedom of speech. And so how can people serve us, work for us, and we don't allow them to come and speak?
Councilwoman, when we go to executive session, we discuss personnel matters in executive session because of the sensitive matter of personnel issues, and we got to spell everything out. So if we allow employees to come and speak about something related to their employment status, where they lean in employment negotiations, that can have, I'm not a lawyer, but I am a 20-year plus certified paralegal. I do think that it exposes us to something if we allow employees to speak to employment-related matters when we can't speak about personnel matters. But that is my professional opinion, and that's a whole nother conversation. So what I would just suggest is if you want to pursue that part of public comment and you want to amend it further after speaking to the city manager and city attorney, then can we do that at another time?
Because I still have the floor and then I yield. So I'm not asking employees to be allowed to speak on litigation or personnel matters. I'm asking them to be allowed to speak as residents are allowed to speak on anything that's in the city. Other cities don't have this restriction. Most employees don't even want to come up there and speak because they feel that they're going to be impacted. But most cities do not have a restriction to say employees can't make public comment, just like any other citizen or anybody who has business. And that's where I'm having a problem with, is that, I just think there were unintended consequences being put in place, and this was put in place because many of us was being threatened. Many of us was called names, and in this environment, of polarizing government and polarizing, it becomes dangerous. But a lot of this has to do with the chair controlling this. The chair. If the chair did not allow some of this to happen, we would have never gotten in this position. And I'm not calling your name because you weren't the only mayor. I'm just saying that the chair controls a lot of this. You can't, when it benefits you, allow people to come up here and say what they want to say to people and threaten people and call people out of their names when it benefits you. It has to be the same across the board. Respectful deliberation and dialogue. So I don't think we should restrict really employees. I don't think we should restrict subject matter experts. I don't think we should restrict people who own property and do business in the city or residents. And that's where I am with that. And this has nothing to do with them discussing personnel matters or litigation. This has everything to do with the fact they serve the city and they should be allowed to make public comments about anything else like other cities do. Thank you.
Before I go to our attorney and our city manager, because there are legal and operational questions, and I believe that our legal expert and our operations expert, our city manager, should speak, but the chair has entered the chat. As representatives, this is a republic. You all don't get to vote for many things directly as citizens. You vote for your representatives, and then we vote. As representatives, we are reflections of our constituency. If our constituency is rowdy and disrespectful, we are reflections of our constituency. I have been cursed at and called names by people on this dais. So, first off, we really need to transcend being reflections and be role models. I hope that we didn't change public comments because we were feeling attacked. Because as an elected official, if you can't sit up here and fix your face and hold your tongue when people that you don't like get up every week and say things that you don't like, when they make these little shady comments without saying your name, if you can't fix your face and role model discipline and decency, this ain't the job for you, boo. It's not. It's not. Now, however you vote is however you vote, but I do think that we need to hear from our legal expert and our operational expert, so I will start with our attorney, Attorney White.
We didn't get in this position to be disrespectful. So first, can I add that the legislation, as it's been circulated, it's already written, and that's what's on the table. And so is there currently an amendment to add or change? That hadn't been made yet by motion. So you know, the question was asked, what change does this ordinance make? Does the ordinance make? And it was answered that all they're changing is just the ability to be able to speak to anything on the agenda. Go ahead.
There was one change.
Was there?
There is a legal question about whether or not it is legally advisable. And if you need time to write a legal opinion, that's fine, but is it legally advisable to allow our employees to speak at public comment?
So that is something we would need to prepare a legal opinion on.
Okay, thank you.
Again, that's not what's being offered at this moment.
Thank you. Madam City Manager.
I'll give the lawyer answer, even though I'm not a lawyer. It depends. It depends. If they are coming as a citizen of the city on an issue that impacts the citizens, it might be appropriate. But I'm not the lawyer. And so what I would suggest is if that is something that as a body you think is appropriate and you want to put guardrails around it so people don't come up here and start to talk to you about personnel matters and other matters, perhaps that's something we add to the personnel manual, the HR manual, on, you know, what latitude and freedoms employees are allowed. That would be my knee-jerk reaction, but I also feel like we need to have a bigger discussion around it.
Thank you. Would it be advisable to vote on this item as is? Could we take a vote on this item as it has been presented, and then if we want to come back next week and entertain amendments and broaden who can speak, then we can do that next week. But is this council prepared to vote on this item as it is? Can we close? Can we close the discussion or call the question for the item as is? The chair, there is a queue, but that was my request. I yield to Councilwoman Gomes. Whoever's next. I'm just looking at the Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been on record saying that I do not like the restrictions that we have in the current state. However, I do have a problem with unlimited speech by anybody. When I first got on this council, we were going home at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. We want to go back there. Let's bring that on. But I'm of the opinion, because I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing what was read saying the public, and I'm hearing something else saying citizens, business owners, experts, subject matter experts. So I feel very uneasy at this point in time to vote on this. So if it's appropriate, I want to make a substitute motion that we table this and bring this back next week to give us a little chance to do some more work on this, because I think for the most part, the people up here, we wanted to make sure that when citizens have legitimate things to come and speak about, they have the opportunity. But I don't think we want to sit here and be abused and attacked either. See, we didn't sign up for that. And I keep saying, you know what we are human beings. We have families who are citizens too. And so no one wants to be abused or called names and just have to sit and take it. I hear people say all the time, that's what you signed up for. No, I did not sign up for that. Because if that's what I was being asked to sign up for, I would not have done this job. So that is my motion. Motion to table until next week, if that's appropriate, Madam City Attorney.
There's a substitute motion that doesn't require a second, just requires 5 votes. Is that correct? Okay, well, it's got a second. Let's take a vote on the substitute motion. There's no discussion. I think that's where I get them confused. All right, let's take a vote on the substitute motion. Really, do we need to have more discussion? Or can we just vote? Would everybody be, could I get council's consent to take a vote on this substitute motion to table this and move on? Dr. Rao? All right, let's take a vote to table this. Until in 8 days from now. And we're gonna do this again in 8 days.
You want a hand vote? No.
No, let's do it in the queue.
The motion to table was approved 6-1.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to council comments.
Can we skip these tonight? The folks in, okay. All right, please sound the next item. Y'all want to take a vote? I'll entertain a motion to skip these. Been properly moved in second, and let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Okay, there we go. That brings us to Roman numeral 8, approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes for August 26, 2025, work session minutes, August 26, 2025, alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, August 26, 2025, and special call meeting minutes, public budget hearing number 1, August 26, 2025.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0.
Thank you. Sound the next item.
Brings us to consent agenda, items A and B.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's take this vote by show of hands. Please sound the next item.
It brings us to alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. First is letter A, KZ 24-012, CDP 25-007, CV 24-002. It's application by SECC Land LLC, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting a rezoning from C1 in the Cliffordale Overlay District,
The chair will entertain.
CUP, and AG1 to A1 at 0 Camilton Circle to develop 314 multifamily units on 27.04 acres of land with a comprehensive development plan amendment from suburban neighborhood 1 to community live work. The applicant is also seeking concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction of no more than 50 feet. It's located in Council District 2.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with conditions.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. As this is a legally binding vote under the Georgia zoning voting laws, let's take this vote in the queue.
I have discussion.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
All right, first I want to take an opportunity to thank all who have worked extremely hard on this to get this project to this point. It has only taken about 3 years. To clear up any misconceptions, the parcels that are currently zoned CUP, AG1, and they are being asked to be zoned to apartment dwelling. This project was approved in 1974 for 587 apartments with about 500 retail space. My particular vision for this area was not to build it to be another Camp Creek marketplace. I've shared that last night at the Cliftondale meeting. But an area that was walkable, green space with retail, and not just multifamily, which is what they only proposed, but to also include retail and homes for sale as well. The developers have worked extremely hard to come up with a plan that's been amenable, along with this project with residents, and I just want people to understand that it is 314 multifamily, 58 plus townhomes that are for sale, as well as including retail commercial. The variance that was also discussed was given a hardship in reference to this case. This matter was regarding over the Cliftondale overlay and is due to the height restriction, meaning that based off of how it is set up and with the commercial piece, they have to build upward versus outward for the topography of the land. So some of the conditions that I am also adding, I am adding conditions to this project. This project should not be tied together. It's 100, if we have 150 of the units or 50% of the multifamily unit must be completed and should be, and that should commence the commercial development retail. And simultaneously, a certificate of occupancy will not be issued until the commercial begins. Also, I want to include that for the commercial retail conditions that no pawn shops, smoke shops, vape shops, auto zones or any auto shops, fast food, tattoo shops, smoke lounges, adult entertainment or clubs or payday loan shops will be restricted. And lastly, there was a proposed condition that I also need to read into the record as well. Hold on. My apologies, it's 322 units. And I had asked last week that a lot of this information be cleared up, and some of that has been done. But lastly, in reference to the proposed condition for the site plan, I'm going to read that into the record. And why that is a denial is because, again, my understanding is that the site plan was turned in late, or is that correct? That it was not turned in late? Well, I don't think you can speak. Sorry. My bad. 1 second. And I do want to make reference to just one other thing as well. So for the proposed condition of the zoning for Z25-017, as a condition of the rezoning approval of case number Z25-017, the applicant shall submit prior to the issuance of any development permit a revised site plan for the subject property that demonstrates full compliance with all the applicable development standards and requirements for the townhome set forth in the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance. No building permit shall be issued until the Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs has confirmed such in compliance in writing. So I do want to make sure that we are adding that. So I will send these to the clerk as well. And lastly, I just want to understand and let residents know that, again, we've worked extremely hard on this particular project. As I've shared, it has been 3 years. I've looked at the petition of all of the individuals that have signed it. I do thank those individuals that do live in the City of South Fulton, but there were quite a bit that did not live in the City of South Fulton as well. So I did have an opportunity to go through all of the zip codes. The Atlanta Regional Commission mentioned in their study that we need to have a diversity of income, housing inventory. We need to start moving forward towards that. As I've shared in many of my comments, that my daughter moved home with me because she didn't really have anywhere to go. I could have put her up in a nice apartment somewhere in South Fulton. But again, that didn't happen, so she's with me. Hopefully, the future will change and that we will be able to attract younger people with having on the diversity of housing inventory here in the city of South Fulton. So with that being said, those are the conditions. I will send them to the clerk. I do hope that as we continue to move forward, that we understand that we're building a city, not just for now, but for the future. Thank you.
Councilman Willis.
I'm mad because Councilmember Gumbs restricted all the fun, but it's okay. I want to commend the residents for coming back, even though you all are not allowed to speak. There was a petition circulating, as she stated. Several of the people on that petition didn't live in this area or the city. We had a housing study done that is calling for this type of mixed-use development to happen in our city. I was fortunate enough to get our 27-year-old daughter out of our house. But guess what? She's not living in our city because she can't afford to. She's living in College Park. And so if we're going to, and she doesn't want a house. She doesn't want a traditional house. She doesn't want the maintenance. She wants to live where she can work, live, play, worship, and shop. And so College Park, where she lives, in a little area, she's in walking distance of doing all of that. But I would love for her to be able to afford, and also her friends that grew up in South Fulton, went to school in South Fulton, to be able to afford to come back and live in South Fulton. I would end by saying that I went to a economic development workshop in Sandy Springs. Mayor Rusty Paul said that his children grew up in Sandy Springs. They went to school in Sandy Springs. They work in Sandy Springs, but they can't afford to live in Sandy Springs. And he said they too was looking at their comprehensive development plan so they can make some changes to allow for more affordable housing to happen in Sandy Springs. So this is a national problem. Thank you, Councilmember Gumbs, for bringing this, working with the community for 3 years to bring this project to the city of South Fulton. Thank you to the residents for showing up and making your voices heard. We're not going to listen to the rebel rousers because this doesn't happen often. Where residents come out and speak in support and work with their elected officials and developers to bring this type of development to the city. So thank you. This is what we want. We're all in this together. And I wholeheartedly support my colleague.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't add much to what my previous two colleagues have said, but the other end, we talk a lot about the youths, but on the other end, I'm hearing a lot from seniors that we don't have any way to downsize from these larger homes. Know that our children have grown up and left. And that same study from ARC revealed that there's a small uptick in our senior poverty. And they point towards the expense that seniors have in maintaining these big homes. Just yesterday, I got an email from a senior in District 4 who's struggling with maintenance for her home. So it's not just seniors, it's not just youths, it's also seniors that need a diversified housing so that they can sell the big house, take out some cash, and maybe buy something smaller. And rather than moving away from the area, which I've had some people, like, council member, I can't live in this big house anymore, selling my house and I'm out. I've gone to Florida or Michigan or someplace else. So we do have a problem. And I want us to get away from the thinking that townhomes and apartment means crime. They do not. I've lived in apartments, right? Never lived in a townhome, but I've lived in an apartment. And we have townhomes in District 4. We have some density already. At the back of the lakes of Cedar Grove, at Derrick Road, we have a number of townhomes. And I don't hear anything of exorbitant crimes in those areas. As a matter of fact, some of those communities are very, very quiet, right? So I think we need to change our mindset, but it's important that we continue to have this discussion, because regardless of what side you're on, it's an opportunity for us to learn and grow together, especially as we look towards moving further into our comprehensive planning and our future land use map adaptation. So again, I want to thank the residents for their engagement, and I want to thank all who worked together to see to it that this project, which really allowed for much higher density, was reduced, and also bring additional amenities. And I am looking forward to not only this area, but even at Cedar Grove Road and South Fulton Parkway, where residents are asking me, when are we gonna, I get that question every week. And you know what we put in there? Over 700 units, okay? But once you speak to residents and explain to them what's happening and how it's gonna work, that brings some of the things that we've been asking for, restaurants and shopping and this sort of stuff. Most people see the need and the value of what we're doing. So again, continue to stay engaged, and congratulations to the people, the neighbors, Councilmember Gums, and the people who worked with her, the developers and all who are involved in this one. And we just have to see to it that we follow through. Let me just say one final thing. The traffic there, people say, those are state roads. So I'm begging you all, follow up with your state representatives to help us, help the city of South Fulton do the work that we need to do on some of these state roads around here. Because folks sometimes people think that we can fix every single road. No, they're state roads, we don't have the authority to do it. But who have the authority? GDOT. Who your state representatives is responsible for. And that's all of that. Thank you all.
Okay, so I'm going to acknowledge myself since I'm next in the queue. First, I want to put this into the record. I received an email at 6 o'clock today from Danielle Ivy, and she wanted to advise me that the most recent update to the petition against this development or proposed development is now up to 384 signatures. So I'm just acknowledging that because, you know, we want to make sure that we acknowledge everyone's wishes and desires and their commentary, which I received by email. Then I want to ask a question, Mr. Clerk. As I look at what was included in this packet, it says CV 24-003, but yet what I see on this agenda refers to CV 24-002. Is it a typo somewhere, or someone from CDRA can speak to this? Are y'all still here? Hello? Oh, Mr. McClendon, is that?
So I'm not aware of what the other document is that you're looking at.
So the agenda that I'm holding in my hand, it refers to CV 24-002. But when I look at the supporting documentation from the Planning Commission related to the meeting date June 18th, 2025, in the subject, it refers to CV 24-003. I know it's a digit off, but, you know, I'm just trying to understand.
I think the supporting documentation from the Planning Commission is going to be the correct number.
Not what's on the agenda here?
I believe so.
Okay. So, in saying that, I was out when y'all started this process. For the council member who motioned to approve this, if you want to, correct that, give the correct number to this. Which Mr. McClendon now is indicating is 003, not 002, as what was sounded. And so I'll yield, to, I guess, allow you to do that.
So there has been a number of, I guess, errors on the agenda as we had them last council meeting and before. So I do ask that CDRA, as they move forward, begin to really tighten up this, because it does put us in a very peculiar position to where we have to kind of defend a lot of stuff when all we have to do is make sure that things are accurate. So my understanding is that for this particular item is CV 24-003. Am I correct in saying that? All right, we'll make that amendment. And also thank you for, again, we addressed those signatures that Ms. Ivy has sent across. But again, after reviewing it, it's not everybody that lives in our city, okay? So it was shared out on Nextdoor. This is a process. I understand that people have to have their voices heard, and I do apologize to those that may have been offended by my colleague's comment about rebel rousers. However, at the end of the day, everybody's voices matter. So I want you all to understand that. And I appreciate, again, the engagement and the activity to make your voices heard. But a lot of those addresses do not live in our city.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you can bring up the queue, because I think there was someone else after me in the queue. Councilwoman Willis?
So let me clarify. Rebel rousers, meaning that people who don't live in our city and who has been asked to go out and just to consistently sign this petition to give the impression that there's a lot of people against this project. When this petition on Nextdoor has no demographic sophistication behind it, there has been a lot of misinformation put out about this project. When my colleague and several residents who came back today have worked diligently with this, with these developers for 3 years, we went from people showing up to the Clintondale meeting, showing up to council meeting in outrage, to people showing up supporting this project. And that's what it is all about, us working together to come to a happy point between the developer and the community. So I know my colleague apologized, but I'm not apologizing, because the confusion and the misinformation in this community needs to stop. Again, thank you, residents, because this is what we asked for us to ask, and the residents that's here and the ones who didn't make it back, thank you, because this is what we asked for you all to work with us and developers to bring development that we want and that's desirable in our city. Thank you.
Okay, well, there's no one else in the queue, so, Mr. Clerk, if we can take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved 4-3.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, next item.
So that brings us to letter B, KZ 25-017, CDP 25-008, application by SECC Land LLC, care of M. Hakeem Hilliard and Chilvis Grubin LLC, requesting a rezoning from C1 to TR for the development of 58-plus for-sale townhomes, along with a comprehensive development plan amendment from suburban neighborhood 1 to suburban neighborhood 2 on 12.1 plus acres at 0 Camilton Road. It's located in Council District 2.
I will entertain a motion.
I approve the item as sounded with the same conditions that were sounded.
Properly moved with a second. Is there any discussion? With no discussion, Mr. Clerk, if you can take that vote in the queue.
Councilman Pritchard, did you? Oh, you looking? Okay. That motion was approved 5-2.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to agenda items under letter A, administration. The Human Resource Department requests council approval of the employee benefits plan recommendation effective October 1, 2025 as follows. Move medical insurance from Cigna to Anthem under a self-insured arrangement. Move dental and vision from Cigna to Anthem. Renew life and disability coverage with New York Life. And move voluntary benefits from Cigna to Aflac.
The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue, please.
That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is request council approval of an intergovernmental contract agreement between the City of South Fulton Public Facilities Authority and the City of South Fulton for the issuance of Series 2025 revenue bonds for the construction and equipping of the City of South Fulton Public Safety Facilities Project, consisting of public headquarters, fire headquarters, and training facilities.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
All right, thank you. Please sound the add-on item.
Okay, the add-on item was an event on September 9th at ARC Focus Group for Seniors at Sandtown Rec Center. September 19th? I'm sorry, well, today's the 9th, yeah.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Well, it's been properly moved. Is there a second?
Yes.
All right. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, and now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Any discussion? I do have one discussion point for those who are still watching. Yesterday was Grandparents' Day, National Grandparents' Day. Happy Grandparents' Day to all the grandparents. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. Good night, South Fulton. South Fulton. Forever.